Oh shit. There we go. Hello everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Are you guys ready for another day of flying? Aeroplane action. Because I am. Okay, why is my AC not working? Please. I can't see the... Oh, there. You... No, we can see it. Okay. Welcome back everyone. So, yesterday, we did a bunch of missions. We actually... I actually don't... You don't make a lot of money in this game. Because when we did all these missions around the world, most of the credits that you earn from a mission goes to the commission. You lose it. You lose most of it. You lose most of it to the commission fees. So like if you make 23, if you make like 23,000 credits, you lose like 22,000 credits as commission, and then you take like 400 credits. So I don't know what that's about. But the exciting thing is that we unlocked live weather patterns. So these missions with the red icons mean that they are using real live world weather right now. Like it's live. It's going live. So that is very exciting. I think what we were doing was try to expand the world map. So the one thing we found out was that as we play along the edges of the missions, we unlock more playable area. We unlock more missions in different regions. Which I think is a very cool way of implementing a sense of progression and exploration on literally a one-to-one scale of Earth. Now, as we level up, I think different like starting zones appear. Like we unlocked Germany. So I don't know when we will be able to unlock like Africa, Central Asia or South Asia, Southeast Asia, maybe Australia, and that will give us nice jumping pads to explore the region itself. So I'm looking forward to it. Right now though, we are starting off in California and making our way to Los Angeles. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We also unlocked the ability to fly at night, but I don't think we need to for this because it is daytime, probably. No, it's like 9 in the morning. What is UTC? Doesn't California use Pacific Standard Time? They use PST. Can I see local time? Okay, so we are delivering a plane using our Skyhawk 172. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to look up. So I think there is a cruising altitude limit based on something called the FPL 500. So MSFS FPL 500 limit. Flight levels. Going east is odd, going west is even. Okay, I think there's something called a flight level, which is the US standard flight. Let's look up flight levels. Flight level is the altitude that the controller wants you to fly. FL 230 means 23,000 feet. Flight level is the altitude when you are above the transition altitude. In North America, transition level is 18,000 feet. So below 18,000 feet, you say 11,000 feet or 8,000 feet. And tune your altimeter to the local pressure setting. Above 18,000 feet, you set the altimeter to 29.92. I see. So that's what this means. Flight level. So flight level 140 is 14,000 feet. Okay, 14,000 feet. I don't even think... Okay, what? Cessna 172. What's our aircraft? (172) S cruising altitude. Okay, it should be around between 5,000 to 8,000 cruising altitude for the Cessna 172S. Okay, that's a bit lower than I expected. Change to feet. Let's go 6,000 feet. We will take off at runway 29. Let's look at the weather. 12 knots from 320. 320. Okay, so I want... Cardinal directions. North 0. Oh wait. North 0. South. Wait. Motherfuckers. Azimuth. Clockwise. Horizontal angle from north. 0, 90, 180, 270. Okay, I need to memorize this. So 320 would be northwest. Huh? So it's 0, 90, 180, 270. The wind is blowing from the northwest runway. We look at the runway. Northwest, flying into the wind. Okay, good. That's what the people on the internet said I should do. Fly into the wind. Base final runway. Looks like we will do a crosswind. I think for the flight, we don't need TDRP TRDP 2 and 3. I want to try something. IFR. I want to try IFR flights, so we will take off. Do we not get an IFR pattern? I guess we don't get an IFR pattern, okay. Cyber, Choom, 69er, okay. Airline, other. Okay. Airways. Okay. MSFS en route airways. When creating an IFR, okay. Airports, obstacles, traffic, train highlight, mission, maps. How do people use the flight planner? I think that's something that I can learn a little bit today. Because now that I got some of the basics of how to operate the plane, and I mean the real basics, throttle control, trimming, startup and shutdown procedures, taxiing, communicating with ATC, setting the radio channels, autopilot. I think I understand most of these to a reasonable degree, enough so that I don't crash the plane. So now I think I want to understand how to use the flight planner, or setting routes and then following them myself. Okay, so there is an online planner that's separate from the in-game EFP. And the in-game EFP is missing a lot of the features. That's strange. Can I load this up for single-player missions, not free flight? Sign in with Xbox. Yes, I would like to sign in with Xbox. Accept. Holy moly. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Okay, maybe a different music. Thank you. We should have put this friggin' flight planner. Okay. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Okay. Let me do it. Window capture. Check this out. Holy. Wait. How do I load this up to the game then? If I make a flight plan here? Okay, so you can save the flight plan in the online flight planner, and then you load it up in the in-game. Ah, okay. Okay, I think this is a little bit more too involved for something as simple as a single player mission with a flight length of like 50 miles. So I'm going to skip this for now. But that is something that I will have to learn. Good to know. I did not know there was an online version of the flight planner that is more feature complete. Okay. We will just do our shit in game. I just want to change the approach procedure. Left auto. My goodness. We will do a left cross auto. Why not? Okay. What is Victor Airways? Yeah, there will be a lot of Googling today because now I'm encountering concepts and procedures I don't know anything about. SFS Victor Airways. Victor Airway stands for Very High Frequency Omnidirectional Range Airway. What? Unicom pitch, okay. Route protection. So what's the difference between Victor and... Okay, you know what? This looks good enough. Let's just get into it and see what's up. Wait. What happened to my departure procedure? Left auto. Okay, left auto. En route. Destination. Okay. We probably didn't need to do all of this for something so simple. But it's all preparation for the more complex stuff later on. I hope so. I think we have enough fuel. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Get rid of our stuff. And we're going to do the startup procedure. So make sure the brakes are on. Turn on our beacons. Fuel pump mixture in. Wait a couple of seconds. There we go.
Hello, it's Andrew Arce. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. Today's plane on our to-do list for repatriation to Hesperia is this newly upgraded 172 Skyhawk. Now that it's repaired, the owner needs her aircraft flown back to a field near her place. She is already waiting for it. Her name's Mrs. Jennifer Fuentes. Fly safely.
Set our trim. We are in GPS mode. Our airway is runway 29. Maybe I should have the map here. Go. Map settings. Yeah. Okay, we are ready to fly, I believe. Everything looks good. I think we turn on our lights no matter what. Especially for our taxi lights and our navigation lights. Okay, doke. Let's contact ATC. Okay, do we have the radio channel set? Hot choppy. 1, 2, 3. Ounce taxi.
Kilo Tango Sierra Papa traffic. Cessna November 87227 is taxiing to runway 29er, Kilo Tango Sierra Papa traffic.
Why do I have a caution? Do they not talk to me? The receiver is on comm 1. Okay. Brakes. Fuck me. I don't think we're going the right way. Because if we are taking off at runway 23, we should be on the other side. So let's turn around. Why did my lamp turn off? I don't get... think I was supposed to go that way. I think I misunderstood where I was supposed to go. I'm gonna lose points for this. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Alright, so if I look at my compass, let's do 9. Okay, maybe I should have just gone that way. Let's see, it says Alpha. Alpha 11. 11 to 29. Is it daytime right now in California? Okay. Announce takeoff. Depart north.
Kilo Tango Sierra Papa traffic. Cessna November 87227. Taking off runway 29er. Departure to the north. Kilo Tango Sierra Papa traffic.
Yeah, I think we're good to go. It's a bit strange to me that ATC, the AI ATC doesn't respond. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Flaps. Now we are ready for takeoff. Wheels up. Flaps retracted.
Sierra Papa traffic. Cessna
No,
November
no, no, no.
87227.
Wrong
Taking
communication.
off runway 29er, departure to the west, Kilo Tango Sierra Papa traffic.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Ooh, that's a lot of wind.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Okay, we're gonna be going into the crosswind. Okay, we are stable. We are going to keep climbing to about 6,000 feet. I think we set our flight director. Altitude to about 6,000. 6,000 feet. Going to reduce our engine RPM to about 2,300. I guess we are a bit higher up from sea level, huh? I don't know what happened there, but I'm gonna get back on track. Autopilot altitude 6,000. Flight level change. Yep, 9,000. GPS mode. And I believe we are good to chill. Well, well, well. Why am I getting a caution notification? Okay. Well. Oh, cool. There's a wind farm. Well, we're just gonna let the autopilot take us to the next waypoint. While we enjoy the view. We are approaching Los Angeles, so I think in a couple of more missions, we should be able to get to the city itself. Looks like some farms, probably. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Yeah, I just love this. Just being able to look out and see the world like in a virtual world. I don't think there are many video games which have one-to-one scale of Earth, right? I'm pretty sure this is like one of the very few that ever existed, where there's a one-to-one scale of Earth that people can, at the very least, fly around in. I know DCS World has different map packs, and so it has flyable map areas that are limited by the map itself. Even in games where you have planets to run around in, say for instance in Space Engineers uses a much smaller scale. I believe in Space Engineers, the Earth-like planet is 1 to 300 or something, or 1 to 3,000. It's very small compared to real world sizes. But this is literally straight up 1 to 1. I think so, right? It is 1 to 1, isn't it? Gotta recalibrate my... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So anyway, wind farms. It's sad. Wind farm projects are being put on hold in some cases in the United States right now because of reasons I will not discuss, because I don't want to talk about politics. No. I just want to fly around and enjoy the view. Might be a good time for us to learn. Actually, let's take a look. Yeah, we have plenty of time. So I don't see any issues in front of us. Weather is clear. Engine engine is fine. I've actually wanted to know more about the fuel mixture. So right now, I've always flown on full rich mixture of gas and air. But for the Cessna, you can actually set it to be different as you fly. Cessna 172 fuel mixture. Using the exhaust gas temperature gauge. Yeah, I know. There's the EGT. $235. Fuel limitations, nope. Fuel mixing, oh, there we go. No, that's the actual fuel mixture. We just like engine, lean. Oh shit, we're getting higher RPMs. Right, we're using less fuel and we're putting in more air. Oh. Is that what we're supposed to do? Like, okay. Let's look at the fuel flow gauge. Oh, it's higher. Wait. I thought it said pulling back So lean is less fuel. There's more fuel? Well, the engine's running at a higher RPM. Exhaust gas temperature. Gallon used. Wait, do I have enough fuel? Why do I have so little fuel? What do you mean? What? I don't like this. I think we might be fine, but maybe I should have checked how much fuel we had in our tank before we left. We could try making a landing on an airport on our way there, like KFMD, and try to refuel. Let's try it. Like, let's pretend that this is like an emergency. Actually, it might actually be an emergency. So, what we want to do now is add a waypoint. KFMD. Okay, so this is actually quite scary. KEDW. Do I set to one two seven 425? Can I contact
Edwards Airport Information Oscar 0100 Zulu. Wind 208 at 16. Visibility greater than 20 miles. Sky condition no clouds below 12,000. Temperature tree 1. Dew point 4. Altimeter 2979er. ILS Yankee runway 2 tree left and visual 0 runway 2 tree right in use. Landing and departing runway 2 tree left and runway 2 tree right. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Oscar. Edwards Airport Information Papa.
press full stop landing?
Edwards Tower, Cessna November 87227 is 8 miles south, 5,700 feet, with Papa to land.
Cessna November 87227, Edwards Tower. Altimeter 2978. Make left base runway 05 right.
Fly left base runway 05 right, Cessna 227.
Base 05. Fly left base runway 05R. There we go. We're going to fly. Wait, actually, yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, so we don't have a lot of fuel. I'm trying to see.
Wind 208 at 16. Clear to land runway 05 right.
Clear to land.
Clear to land runway 05 right. Cessna 227.
This is a little bit scary. Okay. Don't panic. I know how to land. We're actually making a right-hand, we're actually flying, right? Left-hand means we should have gone over or around it, and then came back. Fuck me. We got at the airport to our right. This is mostly practice for when we might have to make unintended like stops. Was 05 right? Okay. Bit of a rough approach.
500.
Kill the power. Throttle, I mean. Killing power, really bad. Throttle. We engage flaps now. We got the wind to our back. I think that's why we are getting a lot of different turbulence. What do you mean wheel out of the runway? No, I'm making an emergency stop. What? Son of a bitch. Good to know, you cannot make unplanned landings. Damn. Okay, this time let me check the fuel gauge properly. It's 6,000, okay. I think this is like the reverse flight. Our takeoff runway 34. Yep. We do VFR. Left auto. Runway 31. What is this? No. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Fuel. Can we get like 50% fuel? Okay, cruising is 6,000 feet. Fuel is 50%. Okay, that should work. Okay, this time let's not fail. Okay. It's good to know that during missions you're not supposed to land anywhere where you shouldn't. Didn't I just say 50%? EFB. So what happens when we go back here? This doesn't change anything. We should have 173 pounds of fuel. Does this mean we need 66 pounds of fuel? Let's do it. Throttle at 0. Let's get rid of the yokes again. Brakes are on. Beacon is on. Nope. Fuel pump. Yeah. Fuel pump. Get out.
Hello, it's Sarah McCann. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. Today's plane on our to-do list for repatriation to Eckert is this newly overhauled 172 Skyhawk. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back. She is already waiting for it. Her name's Mrs. Jessica Jenkins.
I think for takeoff, I need full rich, or maybe not. Turn on our navigation lights. Get some air going. I think we are aileron trims set to take off. Flaps are retracted right now. Can I get like the radio of nearby airports? Okay, so we are at L45. Frequency doesn't really do anything. Select frequency when to press the FMS knob. Enter. No frequencies? What the fuck? Okay, well, we are taking off at runway 34. One to 2.9. That's like always the default. One to 2.9. Let's set it to active. Announce to taxi.
Lima 45 traffic. Cessna November Tree 275 is taxiing to runway Tree 4, Lima 45 traffic.
Taxi lights. Okay. Let's go. And let's not fuck this up. We gotta focus. We gotta focus. So I think, excuse me, I think the fuel mixture thing is mostly for just raising your RPM. So if you want to get better power at certain altitudes or engine loads, you can just manipulate the fuel mixture gauge lever. So I think what I'll do is I'll just aim for the highest RPM when I'm cruising. I think I read on the manual that it's recommended to use full rich when you're doing takeoffs, but I can't remember if that's correct. We are departing 034. That's like north. Or do I just say remain in pattern? Announce clear of runway. So it's not remaining in pattern. Depart straight out. I think it's depart north.
Lima 45 traffic. Cessna November Tree 275. Taking off runway Tree 4. Departure to the north. Lima 45 traffic.
Flaps. Taxi to start of runway 34. Wouldn't you just like use the taxiway to the right? Why would I enter in the middle and then taxi to the end of the runway on the runway? The game wants me to do this, so... Yeah, we're ready for takeoff. Oh shit. Okay, we're gonna reach our first checkpoint and then we'll turn on autopilot once we reach the proper airway. We should be climbing until 6,000 feet. Hey, no fires. I remember when I went to California, there were a bunch of fires on the highway. It was bizarre. I've never seen a place that has so many fires just casually happening all over the place. Yeah, we were driving through a highway. I was driving to a highway once, and there was like a fire right next to the highway as I was driving by. You can see the flames. It's like, it's crazy. Well, clear skies. Why was our fuel flow above green? That was weird. Does that mean we were using too much fuel? Once I get autopilot on, I'll keep reading about the fuel leaning. Kind of looks like we need more fuel mixed in. Okay, we're about to reach intercept, which I think it means like getting into the airway. Yeah, so if we were on fuel full rich, we would have lost RPM. Because I think our engine needs a bit more air. Like our fuel needs more air. What is this? Spygar hold? I guess this is like how you enter the airway. I'm just gonna follow it, see what happens. It says we need more altitude, so we're climbing, but... Hmm. We're at 7,580, 7,600, and still climbing. Next DTK in... okay. Okay, we have now entered the airway, I believe. How far do we have to climb? Because I think we are reaching our max... cruising altitude. And that's not it. Yeah, we are at 8,700, still climbing. It wants me to climb. So let's go where it says we should go. We need more air in our engines, in our fuel. So let's make it more lean. I don't think we're supposed to be this up high with the Cessna 172. We really don't have enough speed. Maybe the Victor High Airways aren't really meant for a plane like a Cessna. Yeah, keep going like this and we're gonna stall out. So let's level out. To reduce throttle. I'm actually gonna go down to about 8,000. Okay. Set the altitude to 8,000. Oh shit. GPS. Let's try and get back on track. We should be... Yeah, it's going to 8,000. Let's look at our fuel mixture. So exhaust temperature is 127. Okay. Okay, exhaust temperature went down, so why don't we go up? I think we should be shooting for like maximum RPM, right? SFS Cessna 172 fuel mixture. Yeah, the G1000 has extra assists beyond the EGT gauge on the engine instrument panel. On the MFD, select engine lane assist as needed to find the temperature you want. The number 4 cylinder is the normal reference, being the hottest. (1300 Fahrenheit). I also want to be setting the fuel gallons per fuel flow. Okay, assist. Increase. So I am losing. I lost temperature. Oops. So people saying a really foolproof way to do it is find the max RPM range and then pull it back slightly for fuel efficiency. So definitely not there. I mean, I think that my peak goes towards like 1300 Fahrenheit. So It's about 1290 EGT Fahrenheit. Fuel flow is 7.1. I think we're good. Yeah, this is an interesting little part where you're just like trying to find the correct fuel mixture. Okay, so there were other things I wanted to check out. I think fuel mixture was one of them. Oh, I should turn off taxi lights. I think we're good. Okay, let's just enjoy the view for a second. Ah, man. A lot of farms. Yeah, California is like a big agricultural state. Which is funny because they don't have a lot of water. So I remember watching this, I think it was Rotten Foods or something. Oh, wait, Rotten. Yeah, Rotten on Netflix. They had a document episode on farming in California and Mexico. And Rotten is more about how they try to show cases of like corruption or organized crime related to a specific food industry. But that particular episode was looking at the relationship between American consumers, American producers of products like agricultural products like avocados, especially in California, and organized criminal gangs in Mexico and avocado farmers in Mexico. That is a terrible way to simplify or organize the topic. So the idea is American consumers love avocados. Like, they love it. Especially with products like guacamole, which is a staple in most American parties. Like when you're watching NFL or watching a game or going to the movies, you're gonna get some chips and guacamole. That uses a lot of avocados. And this increased demand in avocados led to an initial boost in Mexican farmers because there are regions in Mexico that produce a lot of avocados. And so this was a good thing for both Mexican farmers and for American consumers who wanted guacamole on the cheap in mass. Enter Californian farmers, right? So farmers in California saw that people loved avocados and guacamole. So there was an excess demand, and California farmers wanted to meet some of that demand while competing with Mexican avocado farmers. California doesn't have a lot of water. So when avocado farmers started farming avocados, they started drawing up a lot of water. But I think the water part wasn't the main focus of the episode or the documentary. The documentary focused on how avocado farmers in certain regions of Mexico, because of the prevalence of avocado farming and the importance of avocado farming for income and wealth for people in those regions, organized criminal. The correct term is transnational criminal organizations, like the cartels, started targeting avocado farmers in Mexico. They started extortions, racketeering, kidnapping and ransoming people, farmers really, just to extract the wealth that avocado farmers were getting by selling avocados to the United States. Now that I think about it, I don't actually know why that documentary talked about Californian avocado farmers. I think it was mostly about how that increased water usage in the Californian state overall. And talking about some of the environmental and economic impacts of using up all that water just for avocado farming. But yeah, California is a big agricultural state. I believe California traditionally sold a lot of agricultural products that grow in dry areas, like I think dates. Although dates are mostly Florida thing, right? Or was it Florida or Georgia? They produce a lot of dates. But yeah, it's a big problem. California doesn't get a lot of water. They do need to save a lot of it. But excess farming in response to domestic demand, like avocados, can sometimes create distortions in like the supply-demand market. Not distortions in the supply-demand. It puts strain on the local environmental and the local natural resources. So that's not a good thing. But yeah, it's always surprising to try and reconcile the fact that California always has a water shortage, but it's also a very big agricultural state, which most people don't usually associate with California. But maybe I should read up on transnational criminal organizations again. I used to do that when I was studying a particular region of the world, which I don't know if I should say this. It's fine. No one's listening anyway. Haiti. So I was reading up on Haiti and their current problems with organized crime, which is quite severe. Haiti is an unusual case because when we normally talk about organized crime in national contexts, sure, high rates of organized crime or powerful criminal organizations can create huge issues for a society in terms of increases in production, people feel less safe, and so on and so forth. Haiti is different in the sense that right now what they are experiencing is that the criminal organizations are so powerful that they are, in many aspects of the nation, the organizations are competing for governance with the actual government. Usually in studies of organized crime, that doesn't happen. That's a very rare thing to happen, where TCOs or COs or criminal organizations can actually start competing for governance against the government. You might see that in terms of insurgency groups, insurgency groups or rebel groups that aren't really just in it for pure profit motives, but were originally intended to compete for governance in a region or society. But COs are generally understood to be purely profit driven. They only do things for money. When they do start to compete for governance in small local areas, they do it so that they can run their businesses with less interference from the main government, because the main government can still have enough resources to cause serious problems for a criminal organization's business operation. So one of the discussions that people might have is the relationship between the Mexican government and the Mexican criminal organizations, right? The reason some Mexican cartels try to gain legitimacy and try to provide governing functions to a small local town or province is so that they can become a little bit more legitimate in the eyes of the people in that region, and so the people will be less supportive of Mexico's central government, the central Mexican government's efforts to fight or disrupt the operations of that cartel. The bottom line is that the cartels only care about the bottom line. They are profit driven. They're not trying to set up a new nation state. They're not trying to set up a new government. All those things that they do with donations, with building infrastructure, providing private business loans, all these tools and services that people usually expect from the actual government, the cartels try to do. But they do it so that it doesn't hurt their bottom line. Haiti is different in the sense that the criminal organizations are behaving more and more like insurgent groups, in the sense that not only are they trying to provide those same services, but they are also actually conquering territories. They are controlling the populations. They're controlling commerce. They are extracting taxes, which are exorbitant and extortionary, but taxes nonetheless. And they are actually trying to not only provide the services that people might expect from a government, but they are also at the same time engaging in traditional criminal organization activities like kidnapping and ransoming, extortion, racketeering, and all sorts of illicit trafficking. So, Haiti is an unusual case. It is particularly difficult for Haitian people right now. The Haitian government is having a hard time with dealing with this problem, and there have been international efforts to try and help this out, but it's facing a lot of difficulties because the only real solution that people could come up with was an international armed intervention. And currently there is a UN approved mission in Haiti right now. Currently, I think there are about several hundred Kenyan police officers in Haiti who are leading the UN sanctioned intervention force to assist the Haitian government in taking back Haiti, retaking control of the Haitian capital city of Port-au-Prince, and try to reduce the criminal organization's influence and hold on large parts of Haiti. It's very difficult. Very difficult. It's very unfortunate for the Haitian people. They are going through a very rough period right now. And we can only hope that something happens to fix it. We don't actually know what that would look like. If anything, the armed intervention probably needs more resources and more people, but not a lot of states have signed up to provide more. The international force was meant to be a multinational force, but I think other countries haven't sent their police officers yet because they are concerned about the continued level of funding. It is a UN funded mission that comes from a voluntary donation fund. So realistically, that means it was supposed to be funded by the United States, and that's what the United States initially said that they were going to do. They were going to fund $400 million. I believe the funds still haven't been approved by the US Congress, and I don't think it ever will. So yeah, international coordination on the intervention mission has been very lacking in Haiti. And it's sad because initially when there were talks about another UN approved or another UN mission to Haiti, a lot of Haitian politicians and activists were concerned, and some of them did oppose it because previous UN missions to Haiti was problematic, to say the least. There were a lot of high-profile issues with previous UN missions to Haiti, and so those objections were understandable, those concerns were understandable. The UN Secretary General tried to devise the UN mission in a way that would address a lot of these concerns. But the situation in Haiti got so bad that a lot of those oppositions went away, and they said, okay, we have our reservations, we have had problems with UN missions in the past, but the situation is so severe with the criminal organizations that they were willing to take another chance on a UN approved mission. The unfortunate thing about this particular mission that's ongoing right now is that it seems to be too weak. It's not enough. It's not enough. Oh, we are here. Hey. Turn off autopilot. So, Ecker. I think wind heading at 350, so runway 13, full stop landing. Announce position.
1 Quebec 1 traffic. Cessna November Tree 275. For miles south, 8,000 feet. Inbound to land, runway 1 tree. 1 Quebec 1 traffic.
Yeah. I think we're gonna start losing altitude. I do believe... Is that the river? Maybe I'm too high up. Oh yeah, I'm definitely way too high up. I'm going to announce flight, overflying airport.
1 Quebec 1 traffic. Cessna November Tree 275. 3 miles south, overflying the airport from south to north at 7,700 feet. 1 Quebec 1 traffic.
Yeah, I am way too high. Let's reduce our altitude. I really shouldn't talk about politics. But I don't know. It's Haiti. It's not something that a lot of people consider to be political, but more like a political science or international political issue that they can talk about it at least with somewhat academic focus and not think it to be a partisan issue. It's just an issue that some countries, that it's a country that's facing, and something that we can talk about just so that we can try to understand what's going on. We are way too high. We really should have descended earlier. But I didn't realize how much progress we made while I was talking. That's the airport. I think what I need to do is... We will fly in a left-hand pattern while we decrease altitude. I think that's what you're supposed to do, right? Just gonna take it slow. Keep our eye on the airport. Gonna circle around maybe one more time before we are ready to approach final. We are going to keep descending. I think we are ready to reach final. So let's turn to base. I'm actually going to give myself a bit more space on final, because I keep getting way too close to the runway on final. I don't leave myself enough room to adjust. So I think I'll keep my altitude here. Make sure I don't speed up and get impatient. We'll just take it slow. I do have eyes on. No landing lights. It is a pretty short runway. I'll tell you what. Let's try and speed out as much as we can.
One Quebec, 1 traffic. Cessna November Tree 275 is on final. Runway 1 tree. To land, 1 Quebec, 1 traffic.
Flaps. Need 2 flaps. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, that was way too short. Holy. Also, I thought I landed in 1-3. Did I land at 3-1? Wait. Oh, it was the wrong fucking way. God damn it. Well, shit. Yeah, I think I got confused between runway... I landed on 31. But I called it in to land at 1-3. Fuck me. Well, that was a very short, whatchamacallit. That was a very short runway. A bit fast.
I know repositioning flights are not always easy missions, but you did a solid job and I appreciate
Damn.
it.
I messed it up at the end. Dang it. Oh, we're almost at like reputation B. Let's try this. We'll keep moving towards LA. So, runway 116, Piachapi Airport. 6. Can I get runway, no, runway 16. Okay. Left auto, change procedure. We will go VFR, find route. We will set cruise. Seems a bit too high, isn't it? Well, using altitude chart. Okay. East is odd, west is even odder. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, odd, odd, and even odd. Okay. VFR altitudes 3,500 to 1,500. 15. Okay. Why don't we set our cruising to 7,500? On CL. ATS of 90. About that. It's flight level of... What did I just do? FL 75. Do I really have to do this manually? 11 CO. Approach VFR pattern. I think it's straight. Nope. Runway 26. What's the wind like? From 150. So that's from the southeast. Then shouldn't I land at runway 08? Because the wind's gonna be coming from this way. I don't want to be landing like this. Elevation is 2,856 feet. So the last point... $3,500 feet at about 80 ATS. Oh. I didn't want to do that. Oh wait, I gotta do this manually all the time, right? VFR. Okay. Let me actually go get some coffee before we start. Got some almonds. And coffee. Oh shit, why is it so heavy? Let's fly. There we go. Okay, brakes are on.
Hello, it's Jennifer Schultz. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. This freshly revised 172 Skyhawk needs to get to El Mirage Field Adelanto. This aircraft's just been repaired and the owner
22.9.
needs it flown back to a field near his place. His name's David Briggs, and he is waiting at the destination to pick it up. Safe travels. Do we want to take off at runway 16 or... Wind is blowing from 300. Yeah, we'll take off from runway 16 as planned. We do have to taxi somewhere over here. Sorry, I'm resetting my camera because I just moved around. It's... okay, I get rid of that. Beacon lights, navigation lights, pumps, fuel both. Set our trims to take off. We turn off flight director for now.
Kilo Tango Echo Hotel traffic. Cessna November Tree Niner 640 is taxiing to runway 16. Kilo Tango Echo Hotel traffic.
Depart straight out. No. Depart north. I believe that was number 6. Number 5.
Kilo Tango Echo Hotel traffic. Cessna November Tree Niner 640. Taking off runway 16, departure to the north, Kilo Tango Echo Hotel traffic.
What I can actually do is take this out of the game and put this on a different screen. I'm stuck on something. They should have put, like, they should put down at least a couple of lights along the runway or something. This seems really... I mean, how are you supposed to land at night? You're not supposed to land at night, I guess. Because how else would you see the fucking runway? There's nothing on it. There are windmills at the far end. I think we're all good. Let's just put our flaps down. Taking off. Whoa, okay. I do not want to hit a windmill. Who fucking makes airports right next to a wind farm? You kidding me? Flaps down. Flaps up. Yeah, this seems real dangerous. We are mostly on track. We will actually be getting very close to Los Angeles, I believe. Flight director. What was it? 700 and 7,500? Flight director is set. Nav mode is on. Autopilot. Go to 90 knots. Start adjusting our fuel mix. We do want to have full throttle because we are still climbing. Flaps are up. I think we're good. Looks like this will be a pretty short flight compared to the previous ones. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just a filthy fucking liar. It should be... I think it looks pretty much on par with the previous missions. Oh shit, why is my screen gone? OBS? Hello? Oh, it's because I popped it out. Oh shit. I'm sorry about that. Okay, now it seems to be back. Okay, so I shouldn't pop that out. Yeah, that's a feature in Microsoft Flight Simulator where you can take out a window and just place it on a different monitor. But I guess it messes up with how OBS captures games. We got some clouds over to the right hand side. Are those solar farms? They kind of look like solar farms. They might be just farms. With the plastic greenhouses, it keeps the temperature even throughout the seasons. Well, sort of. It creates a an air blanket, I guess. An air pocket. Makes it easier to manage temperatures. You see that stuff all over the place in Korea too. Although it's not usually black. It's usually like a semi-transparent green. Or just a semi-transparent white. So no color, no coloring to them. Gotta reset my head tracking once every now and then. Whenever I feel something's off or when I move my chair position. Which is why you keep seeing the screen like reset. I think once we get enough money, we'll keep taking the exams to unlock more missions and more whatchamacallit. Do I get to buy a plane in career mode? Like, do I permanently unlock a aircraft? Keep maximum RPM. I think I can set this down to about 2,300 now, which is our cruising RPM. I think this is about the right mixture for maximum power. I can't seem to go over 2330. Look at our lean system. Let's go to cylinder 4. Yeah, that seems about right. From what I read on Reddit, which you should always take with a mountain full of salt. That seems about right. We will just be cruising along at 7,500 altitude at around 90. At around 90, yeah, 90 knots. Although I did read the instrument airspeed is not the same as ground speed, so I need to check in the radio with anyone. I quickly switch. So let's say I selected the radio frequency here, right? How can I quickly load it up into my comms? Oh, I just press enter. Okay. It takes a second to update. Okay. Just want to check out something. Communications. Did I set this to something? So it's literally, oh, it's literally the same thing. Okay. Let's load up our arriving airport radio right now. Which I guess is the same, 122.9. So we'll switch over to 122.9. Oh. Let me read more about the VFR rules. Oh, I should check for fuel mixture. I think we're good. Where fuel flow is now at 7.7. 1390 EGT. Okay. True airspeed is around 90. Maybe I can just book it. Throttle to maximum. And I will... I know when I tried headphone simulation, it was way too quiet. I'll reduce this even more. It's still pretty loud. Ooh, what are those? Aliens? Look at that. Must be aliens. Shit, let's try that setting again. Sound simulation. Complete silence. Yeah, this is like way too quiet. Way too quiet. I'll just reduce aircraft engine to like 60. I still want to be able to hear the engine. But it's a bit too drony. It's a bit softer now. Just a slightly bit. Even more aliens. Maybe I shouldn't be going full throttle. Engine seems okay. It's true. What does it say? I'm sure altitude. I think you're supposed to calculate your altitude with your instrument airspeeds to get like the true airspeed value. But it's really hard to read what the pressure altitude says. This 20. Oh, I think I see it now. We are around 6 and 8, so that's about 7. So our true airspeed is about 90 or 100. It's because we're higher up, so we get a bit more speed, but we are also flying with the wind blowing up our asses right now. So that's gonna help us with our speed a bit more. We want to turn off our engines. We are making decent progress. What we really need to do is unlock some of the higher the planes with like more powerful engines so that we can go longer distances at faster speeds. Whoa, we got the highway. Highway down to our left. Such a relaxing game. I know some people don't like to call something like this a game. They don't like to call it a game. They like to call it a simulator. But for me, it's a game. We're actually approaching it, so we're gonna turn off autopilot. Gee, maybe we should turn on autopilot. Nope. Nope. CLC, turn that off. We're gonna start reducing our altitude. We should actually be able to see the airport right in front of us, actually. Let's start descending. We want to hit about, what was it, 3,500? we are heading straight for the airport. I think that's it. You guys see that in the distance? Like 2 hour, 11 o'clock. Right at the center of my screen. Yeah, 1,000 feet. 1,300 per minute. And I'm really struggling to see. It is getting a bit dark. Let's make sure I got my lights on. Yep. Low fuel left. Okay. The runway 26.
Niner Charlie Lima traffic. Cessna November Tree Niner 640. 8 miles west, 4,700 feet. Inbound to land, runway 26, 9er Charlie Lima traffic.
I think we will do a left-hand pattern. I actually don't know where the airport is. It seems like it's over there, where there's like an L shape of the lights. Oh damn, it's so hard to see. I mean, these motherfuckers can at least plant some lights on the runways. I think that might be it. Although it's the wrong runway. We're gonna have to do a left-hand left-hand traffic pattern. So we're gonna stick to the right side of the airport, the runway, and then turn left counterclockwise. Motherfuckers. I'm not trying to land right now. I need to turn around. Yeah, that's it. That's the runway. Let's lose some more altitude. Is that a road or a runway? That's not it. Oh. Yeah, we are not landing at 08, we are landing at 26, so we need to turn around. We will stay to the left of... No shut off. I think I see the runway now. Jesus, I was missing all the potential runways. We said we were going to land at runway 26. We are going to land at runway 26. I could switch it up now and say I want to land at 0... What is this? 06? But nah. We're just climbing over a little hill right now, which is why we got the warning. Okay, so I'm gonna stay on left traffic pattern, and then we will turn into base and then final for runway 26. So I guess you gotta turn your landing lights on before you contact tower and tell them about the landing. It's getting a bit dark in here. We are now, downwind leg.
909er Charlie Lima traffic. Cessna November Tree 90640 is on downwind. Runway 26. 909er Charlie Lima traffic.
We'll just take it slow. We don't want to screw up the ending like last time. Hype music though. I wonder how far out you can fly to be considered in the left traffic pattern. Okay, beginning our turn into base. I think I needed to stay further away from the runway to be downwind, to be on the downwind traffic. I think this is a bit too close, which is why I'm turning constantly.
Niner Niner Charlie Lima traffic. Cessna November Tree Niner 640 is on final, runway 26, to land. Niner Niner Charlie Lima traffic.
500.
I know, computer. Alerts are on. We just have to align with the runway. I think this is a very good angle. Flaps. Let's not land too early. Let's align ourselves a bit more. Whoa. Okay, I don't know why my plane just like veered to the right at the end. Like it leaned to the right. But oh, like that. Why does it do that? Why is it doing this? Why does it do that? Was it going too fast? Let's go hold short and turn on our taxi lights, which is what I think I'm supposed to do. I don't turn on the taxi lights just yet, right? Oh. Oh shit. No way. No fucking way that just happened. Okay, the game's giving me another chance.
Cessna November Tree Niner 640 is on final, runway 26, to land. Niner Niner Charlie Lima traffic.
Flaps on, trim set. Oh my god, I can't believe I crashed the plane during taxi. Flaps are set at 1. Again, why does it do this? I am pulling up. Holy moly. Slow way the fuck down. Yeah, maybe this plane is more heavy? I don't know, I haven't experienced that before. Don't know why it felt like my plane was heavier than usual. Which I think it was... Which I think it's the reason why my plane was leaning when I was trying to turn. I could have been going way too fast, honestly. Strange. I think the plane is heavier. Even when I brake, it like leans forward a lot more than usual. Or at least I think it does. Wrong call out. Whoops.
Cessna November Tree 90640 is taxiing to runway 26. 9er Charlie Lima traffic.
I keep pressing the wrong button.
Lima traffic. Cessna November Tree 90640 is taxiing to runway 26. 9er Charlie Lima traffic.
Okay, this time my finger is on number 2. There we go.
9er Charlie Lima traffic. Cessna November Tree 90640 is taxiing to parking. 9er Charlie Lima traffic.
Oh yeah, my plane is heavier. I need a lot more RPM just to get it moving. Let's be careful because this plane is quite heavy. And I don't want to fall over just at the last second. That was unexpected. I was kind of freaking out about why the plane was tipping over to one side. I guess this is when having a separate brake paddle or a brake lever would be useful, because you can incrementally apply brakes. All I have is a button, and it's just like full-on brakes or not. If we turn on this yellow line, turn left, following the line, and then we park in.
You finally made it, Captain. I know this kind of flights can be rough, but I'm sure you did your best. Welcome to Atalanto.
Brakes are on. Oh boy. Jesus Christ. We're gonna lose a lot of reputation points, aren't we? Oh my god. No. No. Oh cool, your level allows you to access a new difficulty level for all job types. Yo, we made it to LA. That's LA, right? That has to be LA. What is this? Mr. Gonzalez, a local entrepreneur. Okay. LA. $35 miles. So we have to nail this to increase our reputation points, because that was really bad. East is odd. West is even odder. So let's choose our VFR altitude. Let's set it at 5,500. Viewport pattern left auto. Rival. Cool. We'll set a cruising altitude of 5,500 and then just land straight left. Okay. We cannot fuck this up. Yeah, we were at max load before. I remember. We barely had any payload mass left. So we are at 1,700 pounds. What's our payload? What is ZFW? Zero fuel weight. Okay. £170. We don't have any payloads. So that's like why is this in I can't do math. What the fuck is this? Take off runway 29 right, and then we land at I think this is like an protected airspace. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's go. I wonder if the game will actually explain to you about like flight airways, airspaces, and all that later on in the career certification programs. It is a night flight. Okay, we've done this multiple times now, so let's not fuck it up. Put on the beacon.
TOS system test. Okay.
What? Your level is okay. Fuel.
Appreciate your help today, Cap. It's Jennifer here. Today's task is to fly this 172 Skyhawk up to Billy Joe as soon as possible. The owner had to get his aircraft repaired over there. Now that it's fixed, he needs someone to fly it back to him. His name's Mark Gonzalez, and he is waiting at the destination to pick it up. Don't take risks. See you.
Yeah, I'm not taking risks. I'm just trying not to die. And I gotta get some rep points. We are taking off at runway 29, right? I think this is KTOA. Ah. 124, enter. No, change it up. It's 124. Come on, game. COM 2, COM 1 mic. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't set to 124. Alright, never mind. Oh shit. What the fuck? Google time. Okay. How do I even Google this? What am I Googling? It's MSFS airport frequencies. ATIS frequency. Here, let's look up ATIS frequency first. Automatic Terminal Information Service, ATIS. Arrival ATIS transmissions on a discrete VHF radio frequency are engineered according to the individual facility requirements, which would normally be a protective service volume of 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles from the ATIS site and a maximum altitude of 25 feet AGL. So ATIS is information, runway availability, blah blah blah. MSFS, airport, panels. What is Unicom? Okay, airport, Unicom. Unicom Station is an air-ground communication facility operated by non-air traffic control private agency to provide advisory service at uncontrolled aerodromes and airports, and to provide various non-flight services, such as requesting a taxi even at towered airports. It is also known as the Aeronautical Advisory Station. What is departure? Ground frequency. So what does ground do? You get ground services. Actually, let me try that. If I tune in my secondary comms to Torrance ground, so 120.9. .9. Let's set our comm mics to 2. What happens now?
Torrance ground, Cessna November 80852.
Oh, shit.
Could you please send a fuel truck? Cessna November 80852, a fuel truck is on the road.
Really? Where? We just automatically get the fuel? I don't think it actually gives you a visual representation of a truck. I think I just get my fuel back based on what I set in... Hold on, let me Google this. Can set my fuel levels manually? What the fuck? Aircraft. Fuel. Not getting fuel. Do I have to like fucking look for it? Oh shit, there it is. What the fuck? Came out of nowhere. Jesus. Do I have to turn off my engine? Is it like refueling a car? Wait, don't aircrafts like have their engines on while they're refueling? Well, that's kind of cool. If not a little bit slow. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is he doing? It's a goddamn self-driving fuel truck. Goddamn robots taking all of our jobs. Bruh, you're gonna crash into my plane. Your wheels aren't even turned the right way. Dumbass self-driving truck. Look at this bullshit. This is the future. And it does not look bright. Okay. Are you refueling me? Fuck, am I supposed to do something here? It's fucking running away. What in God's name are you doing? I think it did refuel me. But I think it only refueled me to the point where I said I wanted it to... So how do I reset that manually? Surely there's a way for me to say... Give me more fuel. Try that again. I know this might seem boring, but I just want to see if this actually works.
Could you please send a fuel truck? Cessna November 80852, a fuel truck is on the road.
Is it going to send the same one or spawn in a different one? Look, it's turning around. Same stupid ass driverless truck. This is why the Tesla truck isn't still here. Man, I still remember when Tesla first announced the Tesla semi-truck. Come on, buddy. Stop twerking on that plane and get over here. Look at it. It's twerking. So, if this works, it means in order to refuel in the future, I have to set my fuel levels in the flight book or flight planner and then call in the fuel truck. And then I have to wait like 20 years for the fuel truck to get over here. Come on. I think I read an article several months ago where self-driving trucks are about to become there's like a self-driving truck company that received permission from, I believe, the Texas state government to operate on public roads now. Because of course it's Texas. They don't give a shit. Never mind. I won't say it. I won't say it. It just seems like there's a lot of questionable deregulations in Texas. Do you have enough data to authorize the use of self-driving trucks on public roads? See, when a normal, like when a fucking Waymo or Tesla, one of those self-driving cars crash, it's bad, but it's not as bad as a full-on semi-truck crashing, right? Can you imagine what would happen if a driverless semi-truck just crashed into a building? It will go through. Seems a bit silly. And all we had to do was pay a bit more and work on a more responsible work schedule for truck drivers to drive trucks around safely. Instead, what are we doing? Creating a bunch of self-driving trucks because we don't want to pay people. It's fucked up. This is actually going to take 20 years. What is it doing? If it's this problematic, they should just have it so that the truck just spawns in front of you, ready to fuel, and then despawn it immediately. Like I said, you can do simulation stuff as much as you want. This is neither realistic nor fun. It's not interesting. You're just watching the truck bug out for 10 to 20 minutes. It's gonna ram my ass. Yep, it's gonna ram my ass. Son of a bitch. They don't care about how the NPCs walk around and go through objects. Why not just make the truck do the same? Why does it struggle so much to move to a simple location on the map? Yeah, that's another way. Just let it ignore possible collision things, because I don't know why it would be this slow if it was ignoring possible collision issues with like buildings or roads and stuff. Just ignore that shit. Come on, buddy. Give me gas, you son of a bitch. I just wanted to see if this would work. Oh my god. I think I understand why so many pilots do drugs and drink while on their job. Can you imagine how boring it would be if you do it for like 10 years? But seriously, they need to better regulate pilots drinking and doing drugs, like taking drugs before flights, or drinking before or during flights. Motherfucker. Did you do it? No, it's still turning around. It's coming back around. This really is our future, isn't it? Just waiting around for drones to do something that would take less than a minute for a human to do. Oh god. All this AI bullshit. Ooh, what's this? Flight into known icing conditions prohibited. Good to know. It's giving me fuel, but how much? I don't think it gave me shit. Where the fuck did I just put my vape? Oh. Okay, I think it doesn't work for career mode. Which is fine. Which is fine. Just want to know if it would work. It doesn't. So we're just gonna go ahead and taxi. So make sure all our lights are on. All our avionics are on. We are going to contact. Go to comms 1. I believe we wanted to check out the radio frequency. We're going to contact Tower 124. Yep, we have 124 selected. Go to comms 1. What the fuck? Yeah, we wanted to depart runway 29. Wanted to depart west.
Torrance ground. Cessna November 80852. Ready to taxi. Departure to the west with Quebec. Cessna November 80852. Taxi to and hold short of runway 29er right via taxiway Foxtrot Alpha. Contact tower on 133.075 when ready.
Acknowledge.
Taxi to and hold short runway 29er right via taxiway Foxtrot Alpha. Cessna 852.
One 075. To Foxtrot Alpha. What did it say about Foxtrot Alpha? Foxtrot Alpha, okay. What? Oh, whoops. I see the taxiway. Whoops. Okay. I wanted to communicate with 133075. West takeoff.
Torrance Tower, Cessna November 80852, ready at runway 29er right, west departure. Cessna November 80852, altimeter 29er90, west departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 29er right.
Altimeter 2990. West departure approved. Clear for takeoff, runway 29. Okay.
Cessna 852, please acknowledge. Cleared for takeoff runway 29er right, Cessna 852.
I'm assuming that means we have to do a climb to 2900 altitude, right? And that's when we're clear of the airport. Flaps down. Let's go. Forgot to set the aileron trims to take off. Whoopsie. Oh, it's foggy. Okay. Flaps are retracted. And we're climbing. We will maintain our heading of 29 until we are 2,900 feet up.
Cessna 852, continue for west departure.
Knowledge.
Torrance Tower, Cessna November 80852, continue for west departure.
I think we're good. $1,900. No, we need to go to 2,900. We'll actually turn around now.
Cessna 852, leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Well,
Torrance Tower, Cessna November 80852, frequency change.
We will continue climbing. I think we want it to be 3,500 feet. Or was it 500 to 500 feet? We will actually stay at 3,500 feet because there's a bit of fog and we are technically in VFR flight rules. We do not want to be flying into the clouds. Let's turn off our landing lights. Taxi lights, navigation strobe is on, beacon is on. We are now at 3,500 altitude, so let's go ahead and adjust it. Oh, we do not want to be doing that. Can I get my... We are good. Let's turn on autopilot. Cruising at 3,500 feet. Fuel flow is what? 8.3, 2 gallons used, 17 remaining. What's our EGH? Exhaust gas temperature. 1360 on our 4th cylinder. His speed, I think we can speed up a little bit. Yeah. Our arrival airport is Billy Joe. No frequencies, so I bet it's like what was it again? 122.9? Or was it 120.9? Be landing 03. Okay. Now it's time to chill once again. We are finally in LA. As you can see, there are a lot of houses. This is LA, right? It would be really embarrassing if this wasn't LA. Palm 2. Nearest airport. Palm 2. How come I have it selected here, right? But like, I can't communicate with them. Strange. I thought I could like talk to other airports. Anyways, we will turn down the lights a little bit. So that we can keep a clear view of the outside. Look at that. That's so cool. Holy shit, my game froze. I wonder if we have air traffic. This traffic is on KSLI. Palm 2, 1. What is Class D airspace transition? Oh shit. Request Class D airspace transition.
Los Alamitos Tower, Cessna November 80852 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 2 miles east of Los Alamitos, 3,500 feet. Requesting transition. Cessna November 80852, transition approved. Report clear of Los Alamitos Tower airspace. Maintain own navigation. Cessna 852. Did you hear my last transmission?
Yes.
Report clear. Cessna 852.
This is their airspace. This circle. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't think I lose points for not doing proper requesting proper like permission to transition. I think that's what that is. You're supposed to like, because that's a controlled airspace. MSFS airspace classes. Okay, airspace class A, B, C, D, E, N, E, F, and G. Class A, IFR only. VFR flights not allowed. Class B, VFR flights are allowed and separation is handled by ATC. Class C, allowed, D allowed, E allowed, F, technically uncontrolled but can sometimes receive ATC clearances. Class G is uncontrolled airspace. Oh. Okay, I'm reading this from the Flight Simulator 2024. Looks like a forum or a wiki. Airspaces. There are 7 different airspaces which use the letters A to G. While you are in flight, you will always be in one of the airspaces. However, 3 of the airspaces basically don't require anything special for the VFR flights while entering them. The others may need clearance to enter or are actually prohibited for VFR. Class A is IFR only. B, VFR allowed. C, allowed. D, allowed. E, no clearance. F and G are non-controlled. Not all countries use all the airspaces, and it's usually written on the back of the paper aviation chart which airspaces are used and how. It's important for VFR pilots to know which airspace we are in, as for a VFR pilot, the main difference between Class E, F, and G are the cloud separation. Besides those airspaces, entering in any other B, C, D will require prior approval from ATC. Therefore, knowing where an airspace starts and ends is a must. Airspace infringement is no joke in real life and can end up with high penalties to pay. Cloud clearance. Class B and E, 1,000 feet vertical and 1,500 meters horizontal. Class F, not found. Okay, Class G, needs simply to stay out of the clouds. Minimum altitude. An aircraft must maintain 500 feet above the ground and over sparsely populated area, and 1,000 feet over populated areas. No clear definition of populated areas. Airspaces are not just zones on the map like countries limit. Airspaces do have a vertical structure too, which means you could have a Class C from ground to 3,000 feet, and then a Class D from 3,000 to 6,000 feet, and finally a Class E above till 10,000, and finally a Class D again. Therefore, when you plan a route, You must ensure in which airspace you will be at a given altitude on your route. Airspace and weather. During your planning, you should mark down the minimum altitude for your different legs and the maximum as well. Reason behind this is that you may need to either make some horizontal deviation to avoid low clouds, or you may need to sink to go under, and in the latter case, you need to know how low you are allowed to fly. Airspaces allow high traffic areas like airports to be controlled via the ATC. Okay, in the United States, this is according to Wikipedia. With some exceptions, Class A airspace is applied to all airspaces between 18,000 feet and flight level 600. So between 18,000 feet and 60,000 feet. Above FL 600, which is 60,000 feet, the airspace reverts to Class E. The transition altitude is also consistently 18,000 feet everywhere. All operations in the US Class A airspace must be conducted under IFR. Supervised VFR flight in Class A is prohibited. Class B, airspace is used to control the flow of traffic around major airports. The airspace is charted on a VFR sectional chart with a series of blue lines. Within these blue lines, the floor and ceiling of the Class B airspace is defined. The lateral boundaries of Class B airspace are individually tailored to facilitate arriving and departing traffic under IFR. Class B airspace extends from the surface to generally 10,000 feet. Colorado, the ceiling is 12,000. Phoenix, the ceiling is 9,000. Charts must be consulted for the most current floor and ceiling information. Aircraft must establish two-way radio communication with the ATC and obtain a clearance to enter Class B airspace. All aircraft operating inside or within 30 nautical miles of the primary Class B airports are required to have a transponder with Mode C. The 30 nautical mile Mode C veil is noted on VFR charts by a thin magenta line. Magenta line? This one? Okay. VFR traffic must remain clear of clouds and maintain 3 SM of visibility while operating within Class B airspace. Class C airspace is used around airports with moderate traffic. Class D is used for smaller airports that have a control tower. The US must use a modified version of the ICAO Class C and D airspace, where only radio contact with ATC rather than ATC clearance is required for... Okay, VFR on a magnetic course, which is from 0 to 179. Our current heading is 097. Shall fly at odd 1,000 feet MSL altitude. So we are flying at the correct altitude. Interesting. We do have a transponder, right? I think I just fucked something up. Oh shit. We need to increase our altitude here. Oh shit, we got some mountains up in this. We are not climbing as much as I want to. Manual control. Climb. Yo, I almost crashed into a mountain. If I wasn't paying attention, I would have definitely crashed into that mountain. Let's get up to 5,500. There we go. Maintaining 5,500. Look, we are entering. Does that mean we are inside another how do I use the transponder? Oh, I was supposed to tell them I was clear. Whoops.
Cessna 852 is clear of the Los Alamitos Tower airspace. Cessna 852, Los Alamitos Tower, frequency change approved.
So I'm supposed to do that, okay. Let me quickly read up on what I'm supposed to do with the transponder. BFR transponder. Aeronautical transponder codes, typically called squawk codes, and range of codes that have been used for specific purposes, okay? .0000 is military in the United States. .1200 in the United States, Canada, and Australia. In the United States and Canada are VFR Flight Standard Squawk Code. Okay. This mode C transponder. I think I saw something to that effect on the menu somewhere. Transponder VFR on. You need to land at 37 CA. I don't think they have a frequency. Zero 70, no. Doesn't even show up. Billy Joe. Wave 3. Full stop landing. Announce position.
Tree 7 Charlie Alpha
Ah,
traffic.
son of a bitch.
Cessna November 80852. For miles west, 5,500 feet. Inbound to land runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic.
But to go down, you need to increase your airspeed limit. No lights on this motherfucker. I overshot the airport by a lot. They really couldn't install lights, huh? Zero 03, it's like right next to me. Yep, eyes on. No lights. Jesus. It's the dark spot that I need to land in. Everything else is so, like, well lit, except for the runway. Look at that. Ridiculous. I'm upwind.
Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on upwind. Runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic.
Hey. We're on base. Approaching final. This is not the airport.
Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on final. Runway tree. To land. Tree 7
What
Charlie
the heck?
Alpha traffic.
Hey Tower, can you help me out here?
Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on base. Runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic.
God, this is so... The UI is really not helping me.
Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on upwind. Runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic.
Also, that was partially, yeah, it was mostly my fault. I didn't have eyes on the runway. I thought that was the runway, but it's not. Now I'm in a weird position. You're shitting me. Where is it? Is that it? Or is that just a road? I said I passed it. What the fuck? This is ridiculous. Do you guys see it? It says it's supposed to be on my 10 o'clock. Can we switch to ILS right now? You see the runway. Holy, it's so dark. That's it. I see the plane. I'm assuming that has to be the runway. Kinda looks like the taxiway. Jesus. I am downwind. No, not final. God damn it.
Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on final runway tree. To land, tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on downwind runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on base runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic.
Ridiculous. Nope, cannot land. I gotta try that again.
Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852. 1 mile southwest, 1,800 feet. Inbound to land runway tree. Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic.
We have run out of a lot of fuel.
Tree 7 Charlie Alpha traffic. Cessna November 80852 is on
I
final
will
runway
rely
tree. To land,
on
Tree
my
7
instrument
Charlie Alpha
panel
traffic.
500.
because I can't see the actual runway, but I can see it in the graphical presentation here on my PFD. Flaps. God damn it. Okay, at least we didn't crash. Oh. Oh, this is so hard at night. What is this? I almost had the landing, except I veered off into the dirt.
I know your flight was challenging.
Oof.
I'm glad it was you. I would have had a rough time. Thanks for taking care of my 172 Skyhawk for me.
Flaps should be retracted. Oh my goodness. Let me get some food. Ugh. Oh crap, where do I put my food? Oh, I do not want this food on my mouse pad. That would be a bad idea. What do you even do when you get stuff in your mouse pad? Do you just put it in the laundry machine? I don't think you can put it in the laundry machine. It would damage the microfibers, right? We got an A. Landing was terrible though. I actually want to know what the tips are for VFR night flying.
Hold on, let me adjust my armrest. Fuck me. Okay. VOR radios. Can we try doing an IFR flight? We've only been doing VFR flights so far. VFR ceilings greater than 3000 AGL and visibility greater than 5 miles. Marginal VFR ceilings between 1000 and 3000 AGL and visibility between 3 to 5 miles. IFR ceilings between 500 and 900. Okay. Wait, let me try using the flight planner. As long as I get from John Nichols Field to Emery Ranch, that's fine, right? Aircraft is what? Oh, JMB aircraft? Okay. My goodness. The flight planner is killing my performance. Hold on. Okay, let's move this over to the actual screen. Aircraft JMB. Let me show this to you. Okay. So our aircraft is the JMVL3. Route is OCL3 to OCA6. Zero, yeah, John Nichols Field. So it's only VFR. Never mind. No, I want it to be a different one. Hold on. 0309, departure. Maybe I should add a destination. 0, Charlie Alpha 6. Emery Ranch. I think I'm only allowed visual. Yeah. Yeah. Straight out. Select. Left VFR pattern. Left. We departing at 06. Zero 09. Co-pilot, no, I don't want co-pilot. It would be nice if I could see the runway, but oh well. What's this line? San Diego area J. 4800 to 1000. FL 235. Holy shit, I almost choked on my food. I was trying to wolf it down. Here we go, some more coffee. More. No. I was about to Google how to plan flights. I'm gonna do it in a different window.
Look the same, and you never really know how well Flight Sim is gonna generate them anyways. So what we're gonna do to help us then is use a process called Dead Reckoning that's gonna let us fly a given course for a predetermined amount of time to bring us right over our next waypoint. And you can even see those values in Navigraph when you sync the heading indicator to the compass heading so that they match up. That means that both of our tools to figure out our heading are pointing at the magnetic North Pole. However, when you're creating a navlog, either by hand or with an automated tool like we use today, it's going to use true headings to calculate it. Break down the navlog a bit more so that we have a rough idea of how it all works together, and we won't spend a ton of time on these calculations because I suspect most of you are just going to want to change the airspeed field to be a little bit higher to reflect the higher cruise speed of the Kodiak that I'm going to be using today. And then all we got to do from there is press the navlog bring us right over our next waypoint, because you have to take into account the winds and the local magnetic variation. Normally you would do all of these calculations to figure out what heading to fly and for how long by creating a navlog for your flight, and we're going to use Navigraph along with another tool to get her to generate it for us automatically. Navigraph have added a lot of features in the past year for VFR flying, but unfortunately a navlog isn't one of them, at least as of the time I'm recording this. So what I'll do to get around that is I'll go up to the text route bar that's right at the top. I'll copy my entire route, and then I'll open a browser tab onto SkyVector, and I'll just paste my route into its window there. Once you press tab, it's automatically going to calculate all of your route out for you exactly like you had it in Navigraph.
Hey everybody, this is Patrick with Flight Sim Coach with a quick tip for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. This one is focused on flight planning in the world map in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Did you know that you could set up not just a departure and arrival airport in the sim, but also set up an entire route from the runway to the runway at the arrival airport with stars, SIDS, and even in-route waypoints using the built-in flight planner in Microsoft Flight Simulator? To do this, you'd go to the world map just like normal, select your aircraft, and then select a departure and a destination airport. In this case,
you'll see a, what was it again?
To Los Angeles. And this will work for any airport that has a departure and arrival procedure. And then we're going to select the, in the left-hand corner below the aircraft, we're going to change our selection from VFR to IFR, high altitude or low altitude airways. In this case, we're going to do high altitude airways just to simulate an airliner flight.
Oh, damn, it's only VFR.
When we do this, it's going to give us the option to select a departure procedure, an arrival procedure, and even an instrument approach procedure into our arrival airport. So in this case, we'll do, we'll select a departure procedure, and we'll select an arrival procedure into LA, and then we'll select an approach into LA as well.
Straight out.
And now with our departure, our runway, and arrival and
destination
approach runway into this, it will load all of the waypoints here
0CA6
our entire flight plan. And this will not only load it in our flight planner, but it'll also send all of these waypoints straight to your G1000, your GPS,
left pattern
flight management computer that you have for the specific aircraft that you chose to fly. It will automatically load this so you can save time in the plane itself having to program the box. Hopefully this helps make the flight planning in Microsoft Flight Simulator a little bit easier.
Auto
if you have any
route.
questions, please go to Flight Sim Coach and take a look there, or you can schedule a session with myself or any of the other coaches there. Thanks for watching.
Oh. That's not what I want to do. So OCL3's I think I'm supposed to input what my altitude is going to be and what my speed is going to be at the time of these checkpoints. Origin is at 490. Oh, I gotta get my coffee. Why don't we just input whatever we want? Add airway? What is add airway? What? Whoa. No. What is going on? Departure. Straight out. Wait, do I just copy it back in then? Do I need to send it every time? Was I not sending it every time? What the fuck? I'm going to keep that, I'm going to keep the flight planner open on a different window. Open it up for the next flight. See if we can learn more about it. Okay, so it did load. I didn't know that you had to send it to the ATC and avionics every time. Let's just load in. How do I know cruise fuel burn? I did enter. Okay, flight level seems really high. 5,500. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Oh shit, this doesn't have autopilot. I'm gonna have to be manually piloting this piece of crap. All we have to do is stay calm, take things smooth and methodical. Smooth and methodical. Fuck, do we have cabin lights? Let's check the checkbook. Fuel tank selector switch must be on L or R. It's on left. Throttle must be set to idle, fully pulled. Choke lever must be fully pulled. Choke. Master switch is on. Avionics must be set to on. Fuel pump switch must be on.
Appreciate your help today, Cap. It's Elizabeth here. This VL-3 has to get to Emery Ranch as soon as possible. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back.
Oil pressure green.
Madam Woodward, the owner, is expecting you at the destination on time. Treat this beauty like it's your own.
Okay.
See you.
Choke lever must be fully pushed. What the fuck does that mean? At the end? What do you mean both fuel selectors? Where are the fuel selectors? Hello. What the? I don't think this has any cabin lights whatsoever. Okay, holy shit, I can't see shit. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I mean, we were taking off at runway 09. We'll probably have to move. We'll probably have to move to the right side and then take off the other way. Okay. Wait, I forgot. If we are taking off at 09, does it mean that we have to head towards 09 or head away from 09? Why am I blanking out on that? Just set it to take off. Don't think it has a let's be on neutral. It would be nice if I can know where neutral is, but sure. That seems neutral. Nope, doesn't tell me. 122.9.
Zero Charlie Lima tree traffic. JMB Aviation November 7 9er tree 27 is taxiing to runway 9er, Zero Charlie Lima tree traffic.
Fuck me. Very strange where I should put my mic because of all the shit that I have to manage. Okay. Why? We have all the lights on, right? Strobe light. All right. Well, let's just go. Let's just go. This is incredibly unhelpful because there are no lights on this runway. Once again, I am getting kind of sick and tired of these small air runways with absolutely no visual clues to tell me where I should go, where I am, and where I shouldn't go. I think I am on the right taxiway. I want to go too fast. Why am I doing this at nighttime? It is more challenging, I'll say that. I see a marker. I believe I am departing the way the runway is like set. So if it's runway 09, means I'm departing north.
Zero Charlie Lima tree traffic. JMB Aviation November 7 9er tree 27. Taking off runway 9er. Departure to the north. Zero Charlie Lima tree traffic.
Wait a minute. It's stuck. The heck was that? Okay, I think I got the runway number thing wrong. You start at 09, heading to the opposite direction. So it's really departing, wait. It's departing south. Southeast. Because it starts, wait. Yeah, it's departing east, okay. I do have to fly, not fly, taxi all the way to the end. I can't believe I forgot about that. Like, how the numbers work. I feel like I've done it so many times by now. I would have memorized it, but no, I got confused. Almost at the runway. Okay, flaps. Fuck. What?
SoCal approach. JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27 is type JMB Aviation BL3. 1 mile southeast of 0 Charlie Lima Tree, 1,000 feet. Request flight following. JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27, SoCal approach. Squawk 657 Tree.
Oh shit. Gears.
Squawk 657 Tree. JMB Aviation Tree 27.
No wonder that was loud. Holy.
JMB Aviation Tree 27. Radar contact 1 mile southeast of 0 Charlie Lima Tree, 1,600 feet. Altimeter 2996. Roger. JMB Aviation Tree 27.
I do not want to hit these mountains. That is so loud.
JMB Aviation November 79er
Oh.
Tree 27 is cleared to 0 Charlie Alpha 6 Airport as filed. Squawk 657 tree.
Would actually be nice if the game teaches you how to communicate.
JMB Aviation Tree 27. Climb and maintain 9,500 feet.
Why are we IFR flying?
Climb and maintain 9,500 feet. JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Climb and maintain 12,000 feet.
I am going.
Climb and maintain 12,000 feet. JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Climb and maintain 14,000 feet.
How? How do I reach 12,000?
Climb and maintain 14,000 feet. JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Climb
It keeps going higher. 16,000 feet and this? No.
Climb and maintain 16,000 feet. JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Climb and maintain
18,000 feet? No. Fucking kidding me? What is going on?
Climb and maintain flight level 180. JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27.
Oh, it keeps going higher. No, this is insane. Decline.
SoCal approach. Didn't copy. Please say again for JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Climb and maintain flight level 200.
Also, I thought we were flying with VFR rules. Why are we IFRing? Did I fucking not listen to you?
JMB Aviation Tree 27, please acknowledge. Climb and maintain flight level 200. JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 220. Climb and maintain flight level 220. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Tree 27, contact Los Angeles Center on 128.15. Good day.
Fuck.
128.15. JMB Aviation Tree 27. Los Angeles Center, JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27 is at 5,300 feet climbing flight level 220. JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27, Los Angeles Center, altimeter 299er 5, radar contact, continue to bear it. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 240.
No, don't give me that bullshit.
Climb and maintain flight level 240, JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 260.
Can I not cancel? It's just gonna keep on telling me to climb.
JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 280. Climb and maintain flight level 280, JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level tree 00.
I don't think this plane can even reach to 30,000 feet.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 00, JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level tree 20. Climb and maintain flight level tree 20, JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level tree 40. Climb and maintain flight level tree 40, JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, climb and maintain flight level tree 60. Climb and maintain flight level tree 60, JMB Aviation tree 27. JMB Aviation tree 27, climb and maintain flight level tree 80. Climb and maintain flight level tree 80, JMB Aviation tree 27.
I think ATC is broken.
JMB Aviation tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 400. Climb and maintain flight level 400, JMB Aviation tree 27. JMB Aviation tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 420. Climb and maintain flight level 420, JMB Aviation tree 27. JMB Aviation tree 27, climb and maintain flight level 440.
Reach 42,000 feet. Am I going to go into the stratosphere? What the fuck is going on?
JMB Aviation tree 27. JMB Aviation tree 27, you can cancel IFR. Continue VFR to your destination.
What? You stupid fucking ATC. What the fuck? Cancel IFR. Fuck you.
Los Angeles Center, JMB Aviation tree 27. Cancel IFR at this time. JMB Aviation tree 27, IFR flight plan is canceled, radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Maintain VFR. Frequency change approved. Good day.
What the fuck was that all about? Let's go down to 7,500, which is a VFR flight range, and we need to travel. We are traveling east. So I read that we go in increments of 3,500, 5,500, 7,500, and yep. So let's reduce our altitude. Maybe we don't have to be so dramatic. We don't need to go down this fast. We'll just reach 7,500. I was so focused on my trims. Oh, we changed directions. Okay. I'm gonna try this again. Wait, let's try it with someone else. Oh.
SoCal approach. JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27 is type JMB Aviation VL3. For miles east of 1 Charlie Alpha 6, 7,400 feet. Request flight following. JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27, SoCal approach. Squawk 05 Tree 4. Squawk 05 Tree 4, JMB Aviation Tree 27. JMB Aviation Tree 27, radar contact 5 miles east of 1 Charlie Alpha 6, 7,300 feet. Altimeter 29er5. Roger, JMB Aviation Tree 27.
I guess we checked in normally that time.
JMB Aviation Tree 27 contact Los Angeles Center on 128.15. Good day. Going to 128.15, JMB Aviation Tree 27. Los Angeles Center, JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27, 7,200 feet. JMB Aviation November 79er Tree 27, Los Angeles Center, altimeter
we should increase
2995,
altitude.
radar contact, continue to Cumba.
So why are our engine RPMs so low? Huh? Oh, you can set the propeller speeds? Oh, what the fuck? We need to get down. We need to maintain 7,500 feet. And I did not know that this was a thing. We're not really doing visual flight. We're actually doing... I'm actually spending more time looking at my instruments than outside because it's so dark.
thinking there is autopilot. Menu. Whoa, okay. Why did that happen? What is engine choke? Fuel bar is pretty low. Alright, well, we're pretty much stable. We don't have to worry about anything. We can try to increase our speed. I think we're okay until 130 knots or something. Yeah, unfortunately, we won't be able to read up on anything else while we're flying this because there's no like basic autopilot where I can hold my altitude. Although it looks like it might, because I can set the altitude using the flight controller, but I just don't know where or if the flight controller actually allows autopilot functions. we are in the yellow for our RPM. Not exactly sure why that's adjustable, but okay.
Los Angeles Center, JMB Aviation Tree 27. Cancel flight following. JMB Aviation Tree 27, Los Angeles Center. Cancellation received. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
I think we were landing at 2-3.
Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic.
No, I'm way too far away.
8 miles west, 7,700 feet. Inbound to land, runway 2 tree. Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic.
Going to lose speed, lose... What was that? Going to descend onto 5,500. Should be approaching...
I mean, that kind of looks like an airport. Did I miss it? This looks like I missed it. They're almost directly behind us. Okay.
Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic. JMB Aviation November 7 Niner Tree 27 is on base. Runway 2 tree. Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic.
Technically, I'm not on base. Just technically. I have a hard time seeing this thing again. But I know it was behind me. So I think I just turn around and head towards 023. And we will try to lose as much airspeed as we can. We are also way too high, I think. I see it. Fuck me. You see it.
I will have to land using the instrument. Fuck me.
Charlie Alpha 6 traffic. JMB Aviation November 7 Niner Tree 27 is on final, runway 2 tree. To land, 0 Charlie Alpha 6 traffic.
Oh. Holy fuck. That fucking bounce. Whew. I'm exactly sure what went wrong here. I am at Emery Ranch. I'm not pressing anything on the throttle by the way. The plane just like moving forward. I should be getting the sign to hold short. Not entirely sure why I'm not getting the checkpoint. You have to reduce the This is the right airport, right? If it wasn't, I would get the landed at the wrong airport error, and then I would fail the mission. Yeah. And the okay.
Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic. JMB Aviation November 7 9er Tree 27 is taxiing to parking. Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic.
So, I think this mission is bugged. I am where I'm supposed to be. I am at Emery Ranch.
Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic. JMB Aviation November 7 9er Tree 27 is taxiing to parking. Zero Charlie Alpha 6 traffic.
Why don't we just turn off our engine? Okay. Brakes are on. I don't even see the markers. I think this mission is bugged. That is so sad. Oh. Yeah, that was Emery Ranch and it just didn't the correct script didn't trigger. That's sad.
Let's do some daytime flying, because I am a bit tired of like, what the fuck? Yeah, flying a plane at night when the runways don't have any lights is super difficult. Runway 26R. This actually looks pretty good. At St. Clemente Island, runway 24. D mode, squawk and altitude. Yeah, accept mission. So this is still based on real world weather. It's just the saved weather back like 6 hours ago. Everything should be good. Yeah, just tone down the music a little bit. Okay, thank God it's daytime. How do pilots actually... No, I bet pilots don't fly like that. Because real runways, even though if it's like a small runway, like, as a non-pilot or like, someone who doesn't have any sort of knowledge about how airports should run, the idea that there should be there can be night landings when there are no lights or visual aids for the runway itself seems not real. Seems like it's not something that happens in real life, or if it does, it's something that shouldn't happen. Alright, let me reposition myself on my... There we go. Okay. Turn everything on. Beacon on. Fuel to both. Fuel pump. Wait a couple of seconds and good to go. Ah, I was too slow. Okay. Moving on. On the avionics. Okay. We are Set the trims to take off. Okay. Need to set my flaps just now. KSDM tower. .128.25. Wasn't it not, IFR clearance? Wait, is this an IFR flight? I thought every flight I have was VFR. Why do I have IFR flight? On clearances. So do I need to contact clearance? 124-400. One, two, four, 400. Request IFR clearance.
Clearance delivery. Cessna November 589er1 ready to copy IFR clearance to San Clemente. Cessna November 589er1 is cleared to San Clemente Airport as filed. Expect runway 26 right. Maintain 9,000 feet. Departure
Maintain 9,000
frequency
feet.
is 125.15. Squawk 5151.
Read back. 9,000 feet. Departure 125.15.
Cleared to San Clemente. As filed. Runway 26 right. Maintain 9,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.15. Squawk 5151. Cessna November 589er1. Cessna 9er1. Read back is correct. Contact ground on 128.25 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Hello, it's Susan Barlow. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. Today's task is to fly this 172 Skyhawk up to San Clemente Island NAF as soon as possible. This aircraft's just been repaired and the owner needs it flown back to a field near his place. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Paul Lane. Fly safe, pilot.
Why do I get two frequencies? So what's 125.15? Okay. 128.25. Press taxi.
Ground. Cessna November 589er1 with Golf. Ready to taxi, IFR. Cessna November 589er1. Taxi to and hold short of runway 26 right using taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 128.25 when ready.
Acknowledge.
Taxi to and hold short runway 26 right via taxiway Alpha. Cessna 9er1.
This man is dead because he is not paying attention. think the taxiway Alpha is this way. Of course, now there's like 0 sound. Is this not a place? Fuck me. Yeah, I really don't know what to do with the simulated sounds. Like, I like it when it's like a really loud plane, like the JMB. But this one just kills every sound. Oh, I think one thing I can do is go to sound and just dramatically reduce the engine sound so that when I do encounter like the JMB, it's not loud. Also, I need to know how to navigate through airports. Like, by the time I read the sign and try to figure out what's going on, it's too late. And then I have to do like a U-turn like that. Taxi 2 and hold short runway 26R via taxiway Alpha. Like, there are so many things to know. No wonder pilots take like, what, like a decade to become experienced? Jesus. I bet it's something very similar. Like, if I think about it, it's very similar to like becoming a medical doctor. It's like a decade of higher education. Like, after you graduate high school, it's about a decade. You do 4 years undergrad, the med school, then internship, residency, and then you become an actual experienced doctor. Oh boy. I guess same thing for like, this is a very practice focused technical, it's a very technical job, but there are also like academic jobs, like a researcher, right? So finishing your PhD, then your postgraduate plus technical experience makes you an experienced researcher or an expert in a particular field. That also takes a decade. So for really high skilled people, we're looking at from birth to working, like from starting from the moment of birth. It takes about 30 years of constant education. This is a long ass taxiway. Does it still have a 20 knots speed limit? Yeah, I bet it does. Although I guess I'm being a little bit too slow. What if alpha means the closest runway? Like right now I'm going to 026R. And that's like the closest taxiway to the beginning of 026R, right? And everything else is like, so the one below it, the one I just passed right now, that's Bravo. No? Is that not how it works? I could just Google it once we're in the air. You know what? I'll Google it once we are in the air and we are cruising. So I didn't know this was an IFR flight. That's very confusing. In the flight planner, it said VFR flight rules. But the moment we load up into the plane, it's an IFR procedure. I guess we don't have to be this slow. The engine noise is very faintly in the background. I guess I could increase it a little bit. But yeah, I think simulated sound, it's nice, but for like the discrepancies between the planes are too big. It's just too big. Yeah. 0, what does it say? 26 right alpha? There's the yellow line. Request takeoff.
Tower, Cessna November 589901 ready for departure. Runway 26 right. IFR to San Clemente. Cessna November 589901. Altimeter 299er tree. Cleared for takeoff runway 26 right. Cleared for takeoff runway 26 right. Cessna November 589901.
Flaps. Let's get centered. Take off. Now it said climb to 9,000 feet. Is it gonna do that stupid thing again where it says climb for forever? levels up. Climbing to 1,000, and then we climb to 9,000.
Cessna 901 contact SoCal departure on 125.15. Good day.
Knowledge, handoff.
125.15 for Cessna 901.
Departure 125.15. Oh, that's what it went. Contact.
SoCal departure. Cessna November 5, 89901 is passing 2,000 feet, climbing 9,000 feet. Cessna November 5, 89901. SoCal departure. Altimeter 29901. Radar contact continue.
Yeah, that kind of scared me for a second. I was looking at my autopilot. It's like, where are you going? Yeah, we will keep full throttle and keep climbing because IFR said to climb. And as long as they don't keep telling us to climb to like 90,000 feet, we should be fine. Because that was weird when that happened. Okay, that's... Pressure is kind of high, is it not? Well, it's beautiful as shit. And I mean that in a good way. Not like in a, it's beautiful like it's shit. No, it's beautiful as shit. Which is a, I guess it's an, it's a, what's it called? It's not a contrarian phrase. It's like, oxymoronic? No. It means the opposite of shit. Usually shit has a negative connotation, but it's like, it's beautiful as shit means it's really beautiful. Surprisingly beautiful. What is that? Why is there a random ass circle? That's weird. And request a cruising altitude decrease. Can I decrease it by like 2,000 to like 7?
SoCal departure. Cessna 90901. Request 7,000 feet. Cessna 90901. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Maintain present altitude. Cessna 90901.
7,000. Okay. We don't have to be at maximum throttle anymore. So I will reduce it to 70%. Oh. Oh, I see. When the engine changes a little bit too quickly, or when the RPM changes a bit too quickly, it causes some jerking, like a jerking motion. That's cool. It's probably because of the... I'm gonna say something really stupid. Rotational force of the propeller? The changes in the rotational force? It creates torque in a different direction? Whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's fine. We are at 2300 RPM, cruising at 7,000 feet, following the IFR instructions like a good little boy. And just check my engine settings. Seems to be good. Okay, well, I think this is the first time we've flown over a body of water. This is the ocean. I believe this is the Pacific Ocean. We are flying to an island off the coast of California. I have no idea what this island is. I didn't know this island existed, but it does. We're going there. Seems like there isn't much of anything except for two air bases. 3. So there's a lot of runways here. Maybe it's like an emergency stopping zone or something, for when planes are going to LAX or something. Maybe, possibly. It's an island. It's an island with only 2 airports. One here, one here. And this kinda looks like a runway, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, it is a runway. Is this a military facility? Maybe it's a military facility. Yeah, those look like military aircraft to me. Yeah, so maybe it's like a training facility for the US Navy or the Coast Guard or the Marines, because the California has a Marine base nearby. I think it's near, what the fuck was it called? The Marine base near LA. Maybe they use it. We are flying into clouds, but that's fine because we are doing an IFR flight. What is request the vector to next point?
SoCal departure. Cessna November 589er1, requesting vector to next waypoint. Cessna 9er1, turn left heading 275. Proceed on course. Turn left heading 275. Proceed on course. Cessna 9er1.
Flight plan. We don't actually have an en route route. Wait, is that it? If we don't have an en route, if we don't have a route set, we just have to follow the IFR from. So who are these people? Departure.
Cessna 9er1 contact lost. Angeles Center on 134.575. Good day.
Okay.
134.575 for Cessna 9er1.
Contact.
Los Angeles Center, Cessna November 589er1, 7,000 feet.
Cessna November 589er1, Los Angeles Center, altimeter 2987. Radar contact continue.
Okay. Oh, we definitely don't need the landing lights on. Can I check the outside air temperature? There must be something that lets me check the outside air temperature. Oh, I wanted to find out. This is a good time to Google. Let's see. Yeah, we have a while to go. A while to go. So let's use this time to figure out about airport taxiways and how they work. I still have the flight planner on, so I don't need that. MSFS airport taxiway signs. Taxiway markings and their meanings.
Hi. It's a pretty dry top. You can turn it on. Arrows. Some airports have fairly complex taxiways and can be a challenge to navigate, so this is a nice option for you. I'm going to start this tutorial at a smaller towered regional airport that has a simple set of taxiways for us to follow to get started. Unlike runway markings that are always white, taxiway markings are always yellow.
I'm not going to show the YouTube video that I'm looking at right now because I don't know if the owner of the video is okay with it for other streamers to show.
Where a taxiway is about to intersect with a runway that consists of a parallel line of dashes on either side of the normal center line, like this. This lets the pilot know they're approaching a runway and that a hold position is about to be encountered. The pilot then knows they're about to stop.
Center lines, when they're dotted.
Proceed. Hold markings typically occur where the taxiway will intersect with the runway, and they consist of two
means
solid
intersection
yellow lines
might happen.
dashed yellow lines.
Two dashed yellow
are
lines,
closest to the aircraft to indicate
and the
that
two
aircraft
dash
is
lines
expected to stop or
mean
hold at this location
that's the
until clear.
holding you to hold
Aircraft
before
crossing
that.
from the
Okay.
other side where the dash line pair is closest to the aircraft are not required to stop. So just remember, if you encounter a hold marker, you need to get
A
clearance
hold
to
marker
cross
is the
the
solid
double
line.
yellow
Dash lines
first.
means you can
Another
pass
type
without
of hold
stopping.
marker, similar to the runway hold marker. The movement areas require specific approval at tower-controlled airfields, since that area of the way may be painted on the ground or on a sign, or there may be none or
Critical boundaries.
you may also see a sign like this. It indicates you're leaving the ILS critical boundary area. The identifier for a given taxiway may be painted on the ground or on a sign, or there may be none at all. Whereas a runway designation will always start with a number, taxiways always start with a letter. It's typical to see taxiway A, B, C, etc. at the airport. The pilot is presumed to have reviewed the airport chart prior to using the taxiways in order to familiarize themselves with the layout of the airport's taxiways. Most airports, but certainly not all, will have these types of signs located around
Son of a bitch. Every airport or airway is different. So it assumes you've reviewed the airway chart before flying. Wow.
California. You can get these charts from SkyVector website or the FAA website. Links are provided for these in the description. The airport consists of two runways running parallel to each other. Facing south, we have runway 16 right, and next to that is runway 16 left. As we can see by the dimensions provided by the chart for this airfield, 16 right is 150 feet wide and just over 8,000 feet in length, our top of descent. As you can see, these are the main taxiways Alpha and Bravo. Taxiways that intersect the main taxiways and lead off into the ramp or apron areas where the hangar, tie-down, and maintenance areas are, will have the same Alpha designation as the taxiway they attach to, along with a digit. For example, here we start with Alpha 1 and end with Alpha 5, and finally Alpha Alpha. Double letters like Alpha Alpha hold no significance. They're just taxiway names at the airport as Charlie, etc. Closed runway or extend across both runways and...
Okay, after watching the video about airport taxiways, you have to manually review each airport, apparently, just to be safe. So let's take a look at our destination airport. What is this? Oh my goodness. What the fuck? What is this? What the hell is this? Holy shit. What is this? Runway 24. So hotel? Hotel is the name of their taxiway? Circling not authorized south of runway 624. No shit, it's because of the military airbase. Airport diagram, god damn. External helo ops. Oh, H is a building, I guess. Wow. People who made this game and people who play this game are insane. What the fuck? Unless you're like an actual pilot and you just want to play a flight simulator, just to like practice your flight skills and brush up on flight training. But for someone who doesn't know anything about flying, this looks all insane. D-arm red label area, Charlie Bravo. Okay, let's try and think this through, if that is indeed possible. Runway 24, right? So we land here. We will probably be entering from Charlie or Delta. I don't think we will be at Delta because that's the D-arm red label area. So probably Charlie. What is this? Radar minimums. Pendleton, yeah, Camp Pendleton. That's actually I think that is the Marine base name. Takeoff minimums. Is this what pilots do when they're just like cruising in the cockpit? They're just like studying everything they need to know about where they're. Wait, wouldn't they do that before they fly? Yeah, I would hope they do it before they got onto the plane. But hey, you have all this time when you're flying, right? So I just don't know what high tech and. So what's the difference? This is all fucking codes to me. Like fucking cryptographic codes. What? BMD. Lido. I guess these are data sources. Okay. Okay, well, the airport that we are heading towards doesn't seem to be that complicated. There's still a decent... Oh, look at that. I think that's one of the islands. That's the island that we are heading towards. Okay.
We are cruising along. Cruising. Wow. Okay. We've got maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So let's look up something else. Transponders. So MSFS transponders. Codes?
Hello, welcome to
Transponder modes. Transponder modes explained. Pilot Institute. Mode ACS ident. The transponder is a piece of equipment that you use every time you fly. We can't say the same for other equipment in the airplane. We're looking at your vertical speed indicator, yet your instructor likely spent far more time explaining how the vertical speed indicator works. But on the other hand, if you turn off your transponder, see how far you can fly without getting into trouble. The FAA doesn't even require a VSI in the airplane. A transponder sends flight data to ATC and the aircraft. Mode A sends codes, Mode C adds altitude, Mode S shares advanced data. The ident button highlights your aircraft.
901. Climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Expect RNAV runway. 24 approach via Mike Zulu Bravo transition. Clear to Mike Zulu Bravo.
Climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Expect RNAV runway. 24 approach via Mike Zulu Bravo transition. Clear to Mike Zulu Bravo. Cessna 901.
Okay, we will have to climb to 9,000 feet. I don't know why we had to change. Climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Expect RNAV runway 24 approach via MZB transition. What the fuck is MZB transition? Quick, Google it. Quick. MZB transition. MSFS. SFS MZB transition. Approach transition. The fuck? I don't know what that... What? Eh? Oh shit. I don't want to activate that leg. How do I load this up? Send to avionics? Oh, MZB. Where's MZB? Juror IAF. Okay, so I can just send this button and then send it to avionics. That's nice. Okay. I think this is all a way for the plane to descend. I don't know what I just did. Menu, activate leg, activate. Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't skip hold. I'm just heading straight for... That won't do. Oh, did I miss MZB? Fuck me.
Cessna 901 would like RNAV runway 24 approach during transition.
Cessna 901. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect RNAV runway 24 approach via juror transition. Clear to juror.
I think when I got switched off to LA, what was it? LA controller. I missed a waypoint. I missed, yeah. And now they loaded up a flight plan that makes me go back. So I don't want to do that. I will continue and just intercept my pre-existing flight plan. Did that actually change stuff? Yeah, it did. Try and do this manually. I do realize we are maxing out our throttle, so let's turn it down a little bit. I think autopilot should take us to Jura, and then I'll take over manual control, because it seems like it's a pretty tight turn. Yeah, this is interesting. I need to learn more about IFR flights and how they work. So far, I've only been doing a VFR, and the moment we are talking to ATC, things get very complicated for me. Okay, what do we learn on this flight? 1. Review every airport's layout before we start our flights. Just so that we don't get confused too much by the taxiways and the runways. 2. If we don't have a set route... No, I think it's because we have a transponder with altitudes. So... why don't we try the next VFR flight without a transponder, or just a transponder B or A? One of those things that don't give out altitude readings. And yeah. Transponder A only sends codes. Which we should try the next mission with only the transponder, with the transponder mode A. Just to see if it even allows us the option for IFR flights. I'm thinking it's because I put in the transponder mode C, which can transmit altitude from the aircraft, that we can start doing IFR flights. And then C. What I think we should do...
Cessna Niner 901, contact approach on 127.05. Good day.
Good day.
Going to 127.05. Cessna 901.
Contact approach.
Approach. Cessna November 5, 89901. 9,000 feet. Cessna November 5, 89901. Approach. Altimeter 29901. Radar contact. Continue.
They said continue. Okay. Do I have to send my stuff to ATC? Request IFR clearance to selected as...
589er would like to change destination to San Clemente. Cessna November 589er is cleared to San Clemente Airport as filed. Squawk 5151. Cessna November 589er cleared to San Clemente Airport as filed. Squawk 5151. Cessna 9er read back correct. Radar contact 9,000 feet. Altimeter 29er continue to Jur following heading 280. Proceed on course. Climb and maintain 11,000 feet.
What? Okay.
Continue
I'll do
to
it.
Jur following heading 280. Proceed on course. Climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Cessna 9er. Cessna 9er, descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect RNAV runway 2 for approach via Jur transition.
What?
Cleared to Jur. Cessna 9er, contact tower on 126.75 when inbound. Tower on 126.75. Cessna 9er.
We even have enough speed, time to, we can increase our speed to, oh. Holy shit, there's so much shit going on. Contact tower.
Tower.
Help me.
Cessna November 589er, 16 miles east. Inbound RNAV runway 24 approach.
Cessna November 589er tower. Altimeter 29er, cleared RNAV runway 24 approach.
Cleared RNAV runway 24 approach. Cessna 9er.
We need to rapidly descend, so let's increase our speed limit so that the computer can pitch down even more. Holy shit. Even with autopilot, this is overwhelming. What is RNAV approach? So this RNAV approach. RNAV GPS approach creates a glide path from data such as waypoints in the GPS database. RNAV using WAAS for approach uses the WAAS receiver in the aircraft, but it also uses enhanced accuracy equipment located on the ground. Some users, okay. Someone recommends FARs for instrument flying. Approach mode. I think this is Is it? Okay, now it's following. Okay. So, RNAV mode requires a different form of autopilot functions. Approach mode, back course mode, vertical navigation. Oh, we are very slow. We are at holding pattern. Yeah, approach mode. So I need to have the RNAV GPS waypoints loaded, and then select approach mode. But I don't think I should be using... Okay. VFR seems to be even more complicated than... IFR seems to be more complicated than VFR. At least that's what people are saying on the forums. So I do have set it to approach mode, which is shown where? I did press it, and then it started following this, the hold waypoint. It's following the hold waypoint. Now, don't really know what's gonna happen next. So let's find out. I do know that I need to turn on the landing light for the final approach. Oh boy. I'm staring at a screen that's staring at a screen. What is this? That's literally what I'm doing. I'm staring at my computer screen, which is staring at an in-game computer screen. Incredible. So is it gonna automatically land now? Because that's what people said. ILS RNAV approaches for planes that have compatible functionalities, they can auto land. So all I have to worry about is minor stuff. This is more stressful than VFR flights because I don't know what's going on. Which actually brings me to a good point. I read a couple of articles on the topic of human-machine teaming? coordination, human-machine interaction. It was about friendly fire incidents with the Patriot air defense missile system, and a analysis of what caused friendly fire incidents with the Patriot units during the first Gulf War, so in 1991. No, 1993. Yeah, because during the Gulf War, it was the first time the Patriots were used extensively in field battle. And while it was praised for its accuracy and success rate for intercepting incoming enemy missiles or aircraft, it did lead to, I believe, 3 high-profile friendly fire incidents. 2 of them were fatal, and there was a military officer, military official who spent decades studying missile defense systems, like working on the Patriots and human-machine teaming, to understand why those kinds of accidents occur and what can be done to address it. And I didn't know that the Patriots were... The design for the Patriots and much of the software that enabled the semi-automatic modes for the Patriot missile defense system were lifted off of a Cold War era missile defense, pre-existing Cold War era missile defense system. I think it was called something like Neptune or some shit. I don't remember. But the system, the software that automatically tracks, identifies, and requests permission to fire was designed for what? Why am I going around in circles? I am in a holding pattern. Do I have to activate the next leg? Actually, this might be a good time to read up on this. G1000. MFSS, Microsoft Flight Simulator, G1000. Approach mode. I have to do something here. I cannot be in GPS mode. Okay. Localizer. What is the localizer frequency? St. Clement Island approach. We should be in nav approach. It doesn't even go that high. More info? into 6.7. I am talking to request airport direction.
Tower, Cessna November 5-8 Niner Niner 1 is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions to the airport.
Cessna Niner Niner 1, airport is 6 o'clock 15 miles.
Localizer. No. GPS. So I need to find the local ILS localizer frequency. Oh Jesus. Okay, at least I'm in a holding pattern and we have plenty of fuel. So, let's figure this out. It says online, you need to activate the approach mode. Activate. Activate. Okay, it's activated. It says the G1000 should automatically switch to localizer mode. Man, okay, so I need to learn about localizer mode. But we are approaching. I'm going to keep my eye on this. Approach? Autopilot is engaged at GPS. Yeah, this is stressing me out. Because I need to be at 1700. GPS. Okay, it's 1700. Okay, let's not crash into this. We spent a long time completing this mission. So once it reaches pump E, it should switch into localizer mode, and then it should automatically approach it. Ouch. I mean, heading towards the runway. Our altitude is off though, and it's not going down. Now it's going down. Okay. We're headed in altitude hold mode. There it is. Damn. We are above the waypoint. Okay, we're about to reach pump E. Three, two, one. What does it do? Okay, I turn autopilot off.
Cessna 9er 1, wind tree 09er at 9er, cleared to land runway 24.
Cleared to land runway 24. Cessna 9er 1.
Okay, we'll do it live. And manually. Okay. We are a decent bit further away. Approaching the speed limit. So let's not do that. The tower guy must be like, what the fuck is that guy doing? Just immediately nosedives. What happens when I press approach mode now? Nothing. Nope, that's weird. We'll just take it slow. We're almost here. Landing lights are on. Everything looks good to go. I will turn extend flaps. Wind's coming at us from like 2 o'clock, so let's be mindful of that. We are at a weird angle.
Cessna 901, did you hear my last transmission?
No.
Cessna 901, turn next taxiway.
Bro. You didn't say shit, did you? Oh. I responded. What the fuck are you talking about?
Cessna 901, turn next taxiway.
Okay. If I remember correctly, that should be taxiway Bravo. Okay. That was stressful. But yeah, I was talking about the Patriot air missile defense system. Yeah, no, it had friendly fire accidents, and it turns out when those events occurred, the Patriots were on semi-automatic mode.
Cessna 901, exit runway when able.
And what it does is, for those who are not familiar with how air defense systems work, it's composed of 3 main systems. The first is the radar, which detects incoming objects, whether it be friendly or the radar only detects objects, and then it sends that data to the control center. The control center is where most of the people who are analyzing stuff works, and which houses most of the computing hardware and software. The third, that's where they analyze the data they receive from the radar to determine if it's a friend or foe, to see what kind of an object it is. Like, is it an aircraft? Is it a drone? Is it a missile? Is it an artillery shell? So they determine all of that, and then once they determine that a threat has been detected, they send... Yes, I know. They send the data, the command to shoot it down to the launchers. The launchers house the interceptor missiles. So all three systems, the radar, the command center, and the launcher, works in tandem. They work together to quickly detect, identify, and intercept hostile objects. In automatic mode, what the system does, like the Patriot, what it used to do, is
turn next taxiway.
In the command centers where most of the programs that analyze the data from the radar is, the program would automatically determine what type of an object and whether or not it's a hostile. What type of object has been detected and whether or not it's a hostile. And then it would give a brief confirmation window to the human operators, the human supervisors who are at their stations. And what would happen is the human operators would receive the warning. It's like the Patriot system detected incoming cruise missile. The human operator has to decide if the information is correct or not. And then if the human decides that it is the correct information, then they would immediately send the fire command to the launchers, and then the launchers would immediately intercept. All of this will take place very quickly. What happened with the friendly fire incidents was all the first two incidences that occurred within one day of each other,
turn next taxiway.
The Patriot units were on semi-automatic mode. The system detected a flying object and then told the human operators that it was a hostile cruise missile. The human operators said, okay, that sounds about right. And then they confirmed the message from the system and then relayed that
Cessna 901, contact ground on 119.55.
And then they sent that data to the launchers to tell them to intercept. In the first friendly fire incident, it turned out to be the British Royal Air Force's tornado jet or typhoon jet.
Did you hear my last transmission?
I did hear your last transmission.
Going to 119.55. Cessna 901. Ground, Cessna November 5, 89er request taxi to parking.
Cessna November 5, 89er taxi to General Aviation, parking using taxiway Alpha.
Acknowledge.
Taxiing to General Aviation parking using taxiway Alpha, Cessna 901.
So what happened was, the systems were on semi-automatic mode. The human supervisors failed to intervene in what was a misidentification error by the Patriot system, and the first friendly fire incident resulted in the downing of a British Typhoon jet, and it killed the two pilot and co-pilots on board. The British and the American, the British military actually commissioned an investigation and report into the incident, and found out that a lot of things went wrong. First of all, there was an equipment failure. Don't really know if the commission found out whose equipment failure was, but for Allied forces who are flying in, like, there's a way for friendly aircraft to identify each other, and to be there's a friend of foe system. So there's a system in place that is designed to help people figure out if an aircraft is a friend or a foe. The Americans and the British did have a system in place to check for that. the investigation found that in the first instance, the Patriot operators did try to, they did try to find out if the aircraft or what they thought was a ballistic missile was a friend or foe. The friend or foe system failed. The Patriot operators didn't get any response back. They tried again, and they didn't get another response, and then they gave the order to fire. Don't really know what happened with the friend or foe tag, but clearly a Typhoon jet is not a cruise missile, or a ballistic missile, sorry. So, no matter what, the system did make an error. It was a misclassification error, and the operators just, you know, they made a mistake. They didn't properly check, and it was considered a very unfortunate accident. The following day, I believe, an American Patriot missile defense system, erroneously tracked onto a U.S. Navy FA-18. I believe it was an FA-18. And then the FA-18 pilot received an onboard warning that it was being radar locked, which the pilot thought it meant there was a hostile missile defense or some other kind of air defense system that was trying to shoot it down. So the pilot immediately turned around, locked on to the friendly Patriot missile radar, and shot a missile at it. Luckily, no one was hurt. But the problem was, why did the Patriot system radar lock onto a friendly aircraft, not realizing that it's friendly? Yeah. A couple of weeks later, I believe all of these happened in a relatively short time frame. Maybe it wasn't even 2 weeks. It was like a week later. Another Patriot missile defense system locked onto a U.S. Navy FA-18 aircraft, and this time it just shot it down. What was worse was... No. It was still on semi-automatic mode, I believe, yeah. I think for all three cases, I might be wrong on the third one. I'm not sure, because after the first two incidents involving the British fighter jet and the radar locking of an American FA-18, all Patriot units were told to not use the semi-automatic mode. No. They still use the semi-automatic mode. So what happened was, they ordered every Patriot unit to have the interceptor launchers. The launchers will be put on standby mode, so that it would give some time for the commanders to think about what it is that they are trying to shoot down. So, the normal sequencing was, radar finds an object flying, it sends it to the control center. Control center determines whether it's a thing to shoot down or whether to just let it go. And then the moment the system receives confirmation from the human operators that it's something that they need to shoot down, immediately the launchers would launch an unintercepted missile. The launchers would normally be on ready. The reason why this is confusing is the third incident relates to this standby mode. What the hell is standby mode? The launchers would be in... Okay, where the fuck? The launchers are just like missile launchers. It's on a truck bed, or not even a truck bed. It doesn't have to be a truck. It's just a launcher that's like, there's a difference between it. It usually lies on its belly when it's not ready to fire. It would
presumably be pointing upwards into the sky when it's ready to fire, right? So the commanders thought standby mode meant putting the launchers on its belly, like when it's like tucked away, when it's like ready for transporting, right? That's when it cannot fire. The problem was the terminology of standby mode wasn't something that the people were trained in. So in the third incident, when the Patriot radar and the command center said, "Oh look, there's an enemy cruise missile or ballistic missile again," the commander said, "Okay, put the launcher on standby mode," which someone misinterpreted as put it at a ready to fire mode. The problem was the system, which was still in semi-automatic mode, the moment it became ready to fire, it fired. Or it happened, like, it was something like that. You can actually read the reports of what happened. It was a very unfortunate accident once again, but where am I going? It was a very unfortunate accident, but it killed the pilot. It downed the FA-18 jet, and it killed the pilot. After that, and ever since then, all Patriot systems have been ordered not to use semi-automatic modes again. They will only be allowed to use it if they are given special permission from, like, they change the chain of command as well to make it almost impossible for a speedy response to...
I was counting down the days to get it back.
Okay. Why do I have so much difficulty talking about this thing? Anyways, this is the reason why the Patriot missile systems are not in semi-automatic, or what we would now call it semi-autonomous modes. It's because it led to 3 very unfortunate friendly fire incidents within a short period of time that made it abundantly clear that the risk was too high. So, that's where we are now. Autonomous weapons are not a good way to reduce or minimize the risk of friendly fires. It just usually introduces more complexity to the issue. There was even a more recent friendly fire incident with what was presumably a failing CIWS system on a US Navy ship. It was a ship that was participating in the operation against the Yemen Houthis, and a FA-18, I believe it was also another FA-18, was returning to its carrier when it was misidentified as an enemy missile, probably, and then something shot it down. I don't think the news reports ever mentioned what system shot it down. It was probably a CIWS, which is a close-in weapon system that shoots a wall of bullets to hit and destroy incoming missiles or aircraft. So obviously, that sucks. The CIWS is also a semi-autonomous weapon in the sense that once you turn it on, it will determine what's friend or foe. And technically, you can have a human on the loop or human in the loop, but it doesn't matter because the time it takes to determine whether something is a missile or not is very short. So there is a bias towards letting the human operators to the human operators receive a biased training in that they are trained to just let the machine work as quickly as possible, because why else would you make a machine that attacks automatically? It's to shoot down missiles as quickly as possible because the enemy is shooting a lot of missiles. Human operators cannot make decisions that quickly.
that obviously becomes a problem when the machine makes mistakes. So, I really need to practice talking about stuff like this. It's technically I was technically educated in this field, but it's been so long since I've done anything related to it. Oh man. Also, it's been a while since I have to talk in English. Like, I talk to one of my family members in English, but I live in Korea. No one else around me speaks English. So even if I read everything in English, I read English language I consume English language content, like films, music, the news, like journal articles, books. All of that's in English, and I have no problem with reading. But talking, it's something that I haven't been doing for over 5 years. So, and I think it really shows. It's a good thing that I decided to stream, because what better way to practice talking in English than streaming in English. So, fuel off. Turn it off. A. Oh, S ranking. Nice. Yo, B reputation. Okay. I want to learn more about ILS or also, I guess it's a bit easier to talk to other people in person. I still am struggling a little bit with the idea of talking to a wall. Or my computer screen in this case. And I do notice that I talk very differently when I'm talking to other people. Like when I'm talking to one of my family members who speaks fluent English. I usually don't have this much problems with grammar or syntax. I think it's just a new type of it's a new type of skill that I'm trying to learn. And it's such an interesting skill. It's such an interesting, I guess, skill set for me to like try and learn. Because I never been in a position where I had to learn how to talk to myself. The closest I've ever been to doing something like this would be like what everyone learned at school, like how to present in front of like an audience. Presentation skills are something that you learn in colleges, and I had to do it too. It's sort of nerve-wracking, but at the same time, the difference is you actually plan out your entire presentation, right? For me, what I did was I wrote an entire script and then I memorized it. Maybe I had like a couple of a couple of pages of notes with some key words or key concepts that I needed to hit. But other than that, I rarely relied on notes. When I do presentations, I just do it by memory. That's because I work on my script beforehand. But in a live streaming format, I'm obviously not going to be writing out a script for like 9 to 10, 11 hours at a time every day. No, all of this has to be spontaneous, like I'm talking to a friend. Which is such a strange feeling. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's a very strange skill set. It's very, very weird. Like, I knew in my mind that it was a very strange skill set, a strange and unusual skill set for people to develop, because I watch streamers. I watch Iron Mouse. I think she's a fantastic streamer. I've also seen other streamers before her. Like, they're all really good at streaming. And that means that they are all very good at being able to talk to a virtual audience as if they were in the room with them. And that's such an amazing but unusual skill to have. There's so many good content creators out there. So many. Okay, I'm trying to learn about the ILS approach. Where do I get the ILS localizer frequency? Go to your MFD, dial up the waypoint page, enter the airport code, and then scroll through the frequencies. If it's close enough to show up on your nearest page, select the airport you want, go into frequency tab, and scroll through all the available frequencies. Holy shit, okay. Let's try that again. So, wait. What's going on? Oh, it unlocked the islands. That's cool. I want to keep flying. How about the sunrise? That would be cool. Yeah. Sunrise. Plane transfer. Can I not go into a dinky ass runway? Can I filter out?
Ferry flight to 5CL. Fast travel? What the fuck? Why would I fast travel? What would I be fast traveling? Let's try this mission. Very picky about... Okay, we're landing at KTRM. Okay. VFR. Runway 25. Ah. Straight to final base. C mode, okay. Departure Jacumba, runway 25. Airport. This is not Jacumba. No charts available. Okay, maybe it's too simple. Okay. This... Victor Airways, Jet Airways. What is this? Correct. VORA? What the heck? Waypoint FFA. $2,000 feet? Why is that necessary? let's jump into a VFR flight, and then we'll see if we get the IFR directions. Nice decal. Or liveries. Liveries? Yeah. Skies and stripes. Okay. Where the frick is the runway? Okay.
Captain, thanks for being available. I'm John, the hangar manager. Today's job involves getting this 172 Skyhawk to Jacqueline Cochran RGNL as soon as possible. This aircraft's just been repaired, and the owner needs it flown back to a field near his place. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. John Sheldon. Treat this beauty like it's your own. See you.
Okay. I think we're all good to go. Okay.
Lima 7-8 traffic. Cessna November 832 Tree is taxiing to runway 25. Lima 7-8 traffic.
Yeah, we don't get any communication here. This airport's kind of fucked up. Does this even work? So this is a problem with the career mode. Some of the terrain that they generated from their map data creates an issue. Gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way of looking for a lower incline and then snaking our way. Oh. Carry on the momentum. There we go. Oh boy. We were taking off at runway 25.
Jay. I gotta BRB for a sec.
Alright, sorry about that. This will probably be our last flight for today. I've already been streaming for 9.5 hours. It's not that long, but right, what were we doing? Oh, I shouldn't have finished that last bit of coffee. It's like 7 p.m. now, where I am right now. Okay, we need to find out where we are taxiing. Runway 25. Oh, 78 traffic. We are departing east.
Lima 78 traffic, Cessna November 83233, taking off runway 25. East departure, Lima 78 traffic.
All our lights are on. Good. Yep, 25 starts here, so we leave towards east. Yeah, I set my trims. Okay. I've been thinking about doing some oration, like different exercises to improve my oration skills, which I think will be the closest thing to what like live streamers, what the kind of a skill set that live streamers might use, oration, like public oration. Because I definitely feel limited by my ability to speak, which is a unique experience for me. Life just like changes so many things for you all the time. It's like every time you finally figure out, okay, this is you. You understand you. The moment that happens, something changes. And you gotta figure it out all over again. Damn. Maybe it's a form of a mental block or something. Like, I'm so self-conscious that I am just live streaming that I can't just talk normally the way I would with my friends when I'm talking to them in person. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just need to feel a lot more comfortable while I'm streaming. Although I feel pretty comfortable now. If I wasn't feeling comfortable, I wouldn't be doing this for like 11 hours every day. Turn off landing lights and taxi lights. Let's tune into Los Angeles Center.
Los Los Angeles Center, Cessna November 832 Tree is type Cessna Skyhawk, 2 miles west of Lima 78, 3,400 feet. Request flight following. Cessna November 832 Tree, Los Angeles Center. Squawk 4401.
Squawk 4401.
Cessna 2 Tree. Cessna 2 Tree. Radar contact 2 miles west of Lima 78, 3,700 feet. Altimeter 29905. Roger, Cessna 2 Tree.
I guess we don't get ILS approaches. We are traveling westward. So I'm not sure which altitude we should be using. West is... Can we just use whichever? Let's climb to 5,500 feet. Yep. We do have the GPS set. No en routes. Okay. $5,500. Look at that, the sunrise. Oh, that's cool. Does that even do anything? I guess it kind of does. Okay, 5,500. GPS. Autopilot. Okay. Why don't we try and contact someone else? Doesn't do anything? No, these are all...
These are all airports that we just contact to land. So how come in some missions we can contact someone who can guide us on an IFR flight, while in missions like this, we don't have anyone who can guide us? What's the difference? We are generally in the same area. So it's not like we're out of radio frequency from, say, Los Angeles Center. Take a closer look at the airport we will be landing in. Jacqueline Cochran. We are landing at runway 17. Okay. It's not too terribly far away. We are coming up on an airspace. I think we can pass this. I don't know what this is. The magenta line said I need a transponder code for magenta lines, but that's not magenta, that's like maroon. We're set to COM 2. COM 2 is on Los Angeles, yeah. So we'll set COM 1 on... Okay. 120-225. Yep. Okay. Now, we go into our MFD. OR information. Nearest airports. We're going to KTRN. KTRM. Select frequencies. Select approach window. RNAV GPS 30. RNAV GPS 35 LNAV. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is where we get the ILS localizer frequencies. So let's try the LPV. That did something. What's our current nav? 11390. Whoa. Oh, Jared. J. Rod. What is this? You... Select an arrival.
Cessna 233 contact approach on 128.55. Good day.
Oh shit, what? Yeah, COM 2, acknowledge handoff.
128.55, Cessna 233.
128.555, wasn't that the frequency that I was supposed to use?
Approach, Cessna November 83233, 5,500 feet.
Cessna November 83233, approach, altimeter 29901, radar contact continue.
Oh, we got handed off. Yeah. Select airport window, KTRM. Procedure, select arrival. KTRM. Oh. Our GPS course changed. One 3.90.
I don't think it updated. I think what we need now is to figure out the ILS frequency. Let's go back to this place. KTRM. Is it not available in the fucking map? Instead, don't go into the waypoint map. Let's select it. Maybe it's not within range. We can continue flying. Oh, I need to manage my fuel mixture. Around like 70% seems to be optimal. Yeah, 70 to 80%. Oh, music. I was like, why is it so quiet in here? And this will have to be our last flight. Hopefully we can try the ILS localizer landing.
Let's try to cloud 1. VOR information, and that's not. I have KTRM selected. One way. I think I wanted to land at 17. New approach. APT? What is this? Runway, frequency. Oh, it's been loaded. Okay. Nope. Now just contact KTRM. Unicom. Channel 1.
Kilo November X-ray Papa automated weather observation. 1000 Zulu. Wind 264 at Fife. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 2.
Okay. What's FFS? Clearance? Nope. One to 0225. I guess we have to leave the airspace, huh? Because we are here. The airport should be right next to us on our left. If it's close enough for us to see it. Seventeen miles away. Okay. Direct to hold. So we changed something. We went direct to. Let me just try and get into their airspace and see if we can contact them for something. It's possible that the airport might not have an ILS localizer frequency at all because it doesn't have that feature. We are close by. I think that's their airspace. Do you guys see this, You guys see these lines here? I think that's KTRM's airspace. Let's try and speed this up a little bit.
We are almost to the finish line. I can't imagine flying a plane without autopilot functions, like being able to hold your altitude, holding your headings. Even like I know the YouTube video I saw about the autopilot functions for this plane, and I think with this G1000 control system, is it has a automatic rudder control system. So when you're making a turn, it automatically compensates the movements that you need to do with your rudders. I don't know how to turn it on, and I don't want to turn it on, but it's cool that you get features like that. We are 8 miles away. I do believe that's the airport. We're about to enter their airspace as well. We should be in their airspace now. Uh-oh.
Approach, Cessna 2 Tree. Cancel flight following.
Cessna 2 Tree. Approach. Cancellation received. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Did you squawk 1220? Oh. 1200.
SoCal approach. Cessna November 8 Tree is type Cessna Skyhawk, 3 miles southeast of Kilo Tango Romeo Mike, 5,500 feet. Request flight following. Cessna November 8 Tree, SoCal approach. Squawk 4016. Squawk 4016, Cessna 2 Tree.
Oh, it already does it automatically.
Radar contact 2 miles southeast of Kilo Tango Romeo Mike, 5,400 feet. Altimeter 2980. Roger, Cessna 2 Tree.
Runway 12. No, this is VFR landing. We are actually in a holding pattern now, above the airport. I'm gonna have to figure out what this is. So, why don't we announce position?
Kilo Tango, Romeo Mike traffic, Cessna November 83233. 2 miles northeast, 5,500 feet. Inbound to land, runway 12, Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic.
So let's turn off autopilot. Let's start our descent. Runway 12 is the shorter one right there. We are currently downwind.
Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic, Cessna November 83233 is on downwind, runway 12, Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic. Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic, Cessna November 83233 is on base, runway 12, Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic.
Pretty sure that's not the approach path I need to take. But it worked out. We are a bit fast, so let's slow down.
Landing lights. We'll try to maintain around 70 knots. We are approaching final.
Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna November 832 is on final. Runway 12 to land. Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic.
Game, let me call in final.
Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna November 832 is on final. Runway 12 to land. Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic.
It's not giving me the Is it because I changed the runway? I think so. If I don't go where the game tells me to go, it freaks out. I think as long as I make it to the final approach, we should be fine. We don't have to hit all the other waypoints. Downwind.
Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna November 832 is on base. Runway 12. Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic. Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic. Cessna November 832 is on final. Runway 12 to land. Kilo Tango Romeo Mike traffic.
Isn't this runway 17, not 12?
What? What? I was still on the runway. Oh, boo. Yeah, that was weird. Oh well. We can safely turn it off now. Well, that was a very uneventful flight. I wanted to try out the ILS localizer landings, but I don't think this was how... Either this airport doesn't support such a landing, or there's a procedure here that I missed. Either way, I'll look it up once I finish the stream. And tomorrow we can start doing more flights. I think we will try to get more certificates, or the get through the certification exams, so that we can start learning about other types of aircraft. I'm especially intrigued by the faster ones, because I need to have a certification level to start flying the aircraft with more powerful engines. Although, from the pictures, it didn't look like the airplanes were bigger. They were just like, maybe they just have a slightly more powerful engine. It said anything more than 200 horsepower, so... Yeah, visiting that island, St. Clement, or Clementine, that was pretty fun. Being able to land on an island like that. We didn't even have my taxi lights on. Although I don't think it's necessary in daytime. Try something. Is this how you're supposed to be? Like, is this what it's like to be an actual, like a human height in a pilot seat? Because the sun visors just don't work if I am at the default position. I guess it's kind of nice being able to look over the dashboard. I should have that on a button, like on my joystick, so that I can switch positions easily. Although it won't be very helpful for IFR flights when I'm like passing through clouds or in a foggy situation. It's a little bit too fast. Completely screwed up the taxi lines, but that's fine.
I know repositioning flights are not
Okay.
always easy missions, but you did a solid job and I appreciate it.
Ooh. Ooh. S. Ass. Unlocked more areas, good. Why is this a level 2? Robin DR400. What's this? It looks like it looks very similar to the JBM or JMB. Hold on. Wow, that's a 45-minute flight. Is there a way to change how the missions work? Because I feel like the waypoint system is a bit too restrictive. Like, as long as I get from point A to point B, it shouldn't matter, right? Everything else, it's just something that I can set for myself, which is why there's the flight planner. Yeah, I think I'll figure that out later after the stream. And I think that's it for me today. It's been a nice 10.5 hours of streaming. This is what I was talking about earlier with the certification. I think I want to get these two. Don't really need this one, but I'll do it anyways. Definitely, I'm not going into the helicopters. I have way too much with normal airplanes alone. So, once we get the jet engine, we can really start moving around. Turboprop airline transport pilot rating. What the hell are companies? Yeah, so we will continue tomorrow, and then let's focus on getting these ratings, just so that we can have more missions that... I'm hoping missions that involve planes, like jet engine planes, have higher difficulty levels or longer distances that gives us more experience and credits. Like a sense of progression throughout the map. I would imagine a heavy airliner mission would be the most rewarding. At least that's what I would think it should do, given how it progresses towards it. But we'll see. That is it for me today. I hope you guys had some fun watching me fly around the plane and getting confused about flight control systems. I've also had a lot of fun. We didn't get to unlock a lot of the Californian state, but it's an actual 1-to-1 scale of the map, so it's gonna take some time. Once I learn more, I don't have to worry about grinding away through the single player and just going to free flight and just start planning flights on my own. But I am definitely not ready for it right now. I also don't know which plane to choose because I don't know how to fly anything other than the Cessna. And, where is it? The heck is this? Ooh, the Boeing 737 MAX. No, I won't be flying that. Yeah, I only know how to fly the Cessna 172, which isn't even in... Is this it? It's a very similar looking plane. This is not 152. I was flying the 172. Yeah, this is the part that confused me. Why do I get to fly the 172S in single player, but I don't see the option to fly it in free flight? What is this? You have to buy it? What? That's a strange decision. Are these modeled for... Like, are they modeled by Microsoft or are they modeled by someone else? Fuck? What the fuck is that? Why does it have a Wehrmacht sign on it? Is it a World... It can't be a World War II plane, right? Is it? Damn. The A10, once again, very popular among the flight sim community. Yeah, I won't be buying any of this, by the way. But I'm just looking around to see what's available. The X-47B. Isn't this supposed to be a drone? I thought the X7... Okay. I thought the X-47B was supposed to be a drone. Or a unmanned aerial vehicle. Why is it a plane that you can fly in a flight sim? The 130G Super Hercules. The 17 Globemaster available to rent. What's renting? Ooh, something like this might be fun for my world travel. What would it be called? A world journey? Like world travel program? Challenge? Yeah, something like this, where it's not too fast, but it's not too big, but it's not too slow. Somewhere in the middle. It still uses a propeller, so it's not a jet. There are a lot of planes. What is this? It's like a hybrid between a helicopter and an airplane. Okay. So I see that most of these were from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 version. Does that mean that they have outdated control schemes or flight control systems? Creators. So these are not all created by Microsoft. Interesting. So what's 2020? What's 2024 only?
lot of military planes. Oh, MQ-29, that's a medium altitude long endurance drone. What the fuck is it doing in a Microsoft Flight Simulator? What? I don't know about getting a flight simulator and then flying a drone in it. I don't know about that. Wait, if it's supposed to be a simulator, it should also simulate the control lag. So for those of you who may not know, most MAO drones, so medium altitude long endurance drones like the MQ-29, are flown from a military Air Force base in Nevada. The pilots are in Nevada in a little cubicle box, air-conditioned cubicle box that has all the flight controls. The data for the flight control is sent through a military intranet cable. I don't know about the Pacific. I believe if it's the Pacific, it should be going to Japan, the American military base in Japan, or a Japanese military base. If it's Europe or the Middle East or North Africa, the signals are sent to a base in Germany. The signals are then transmitted to satellites from radar dishes on the ground. So there are radar dishes, most famously, all of the middle altitude long endurance drones in the Middle East and North Africa are flown by Air Force pilots in Nevada whose signals get carried over to Germany through underwater cables. Then in a military base in Germany, the signals are sent to satellites via radar communication, and then the satellites finally relay the signals to the drone. All of this introduces about 7 to 14 seconds of lag. What I'm saying is, if this is a true flight simulator game, if you're flying one of these, you should be seeing like, I don't know, 10 seconds of lag input. So, why? Why are these in the game? If people want to fly it, then they can, but I don't know why anyone would voluntarily fly a drone that's not meant to be maneuverable. Their sole purpose was to fly in a very stable, very slow, and very predictable paths over a specific area of land autonomously, while the pilots do other things like looking through the sensors and the cameras and gathering intelligence and whatnot. To each their own, I suppose. Ooh, this one's got 1.6 stars. Wow. A lot of these have very low stars. Why would I bother with this? Oh. Yeah, so if I had to choose planes that I'm kind of looking forward to use in my world travel journey, it would be something like something like this. Or
maybe something like this. Or maybe this. Cessna Citation CJ4. It's got a jet engine. Yeah, not a lot of selections available, but that's understandable. I don't want to fly something like an Airbus A310 or an A320. These are huge airliners. You can go around the world in like less than 2 days with these. So, not really. And by the way, if we fly one of these things, it will be like at such a high altitude that all we will be able to see would be clouds. So I do want something that has a lower cruising altitude. Cruising speed is 451 knots. Max altitude is at 45,000 feet. What about this? 225 knots, max altitude 20,000. So I really am leaning towards something like this. That way it's slow enough for us, it's gonna fly slow enough and low enough for us to enjoy the scenery. But it won't be too slow, or yeah, it won't be too slow like these single or double propeller light aircraft. Or I can just go for the A10C. I believe this is the exact model that I had in DCS World. I mean, I still technically have it because I still have access to DCS World on my Steam account. But flying around in a VL3 around the world seems a bit miserable. So that's why I'm not doing any of these. No, no. Ooh, what about this? Air ambulance. Oh, Beechcraft King Air 350i. It has a much lower speed, 244 knots, lower max altitude, lower range. That's because this is a jet aircraft. Yeah, well, we'll have to figure that out once we unlock them and try them out in the single player. But for now, I really do think I should end my stream. Thank you for watching. Hope you had some fun. And then I'll see you all next time. Bye. Bye. OBS, don't lag on me. I'm about to end my stream. OBS, do not lag. I need to end my stream.